This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin FREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. Warlord's in here talking about 9/11 Day. Isn't today like a 9/11 day for you guys? Aren't you going to say anything about my awesome graphics? I am paying tribute to the Queen, who we found out today passed away at the age of 182. That's what we got on tap tonight. We're going to talk about the Queen. I've got a piece from Al Jazeera. Specifically went to Al Jazeera. Nice little 9-minute summation of the Queen's life. So hopefully we're going to get into a colonialism, how hated she was all over the world. And also, like, hey, she seemed to be, like, a pretty cool person. Personally. Like, she herself was kind of progressive. But, you know, history of genocide and oppression and shit. Rich American oligarch propaganda. She didn't look a day over 100, RB said. Do you guys want to know how I learned? So, it was one of those days where I saw the memes before I saw the news. And the very first meme I saw was it was like the multiracial, multicultural meme where everybody is like hands in and holding hands together. And it was like the entire world that was colonialized today. And I'm like, did the Queen die? Oh. I saw one of his friends giving him what for on Facebook. Oh, I laughed my ass off. I've been giving Warlord a hard time in the Discord. I guess, I don't know. I really enjoy the graphic in the chat with the X's over her eyes. But then her little troll head up top in the logo. I put the crown on her head. And let me tell you, I had to rush to put this together. It was like 7:32, 7:33. And I'm like frantically putting news stories together, and I'm like, you know what would be funny? I should play God Save the Queen in the countdown. Oh my God, I should do a Queen-themed background. So I had to put it together incredibly fast. And I didn't even know, like, I'm putting on my clothes and fixing my hair 10 minutes before the show goes on. And I'm exporting the opening video. I'm like, I don't even know if it's going to have time to complete before it's time for me to hit the live button. Fortunately, it did. I had just enough time to do everything. Here's your meme of the day. That time of year. Spirit Halloween just moving in everywhere where there's a vacancy. They heard the news this morning and they packed up their shit and they went across the pond. Mox, Media Winch, Warlord, RB, Sky Comet. Love you guys so much. I don't think I missed anybody. I was scrambling indeed, and the content of the show has suffered for it. But I think the graphics are better off. And also, the template that I was using to make these graphics was my Police Week graphics, and I just didn't even change the bar. I was like, that's close enough to British Blue down at the bottom. Virtual Wrong, good evening. I'm not high enough for this shit. I hope everybody is enjoying the Queen theme episode. If you didn't catch the countdown, like most of the times the countdown, it's cool. You catch it. It's my fun music. Yeah, RB, I realize they've changed the lyrics of the song to God Save the King as of today, but we are honoring the Queen. Warlord tried to call me out on that. Yeah, it's closer. It's pig shit blue down at the bottom because that was from Police Week. Close enough to royal blue. Same difference, right? Oh, but I will light one up for you, Queenie. You're at freaking work? Ma'am, do you know what freaking work sounds like?
You live in sexual anarchy?
You've been doing some freaking work. That rip was for you, Queenie. Why don't the British pronounce the T in British reverse thread? Do tell us. Also, good evening. I love your face. Because we threw that shit in the harbor. Goddamn right. I know. Well, I'm in temporary digs right now. Once I get a little, Star Craving brought up the issue with my monitor and everything, and that's just like, I'm not gonna be here that long. Is my setup going to change any when I get to a more permanent location? And then, like, I will assess whether the entire graphics package of the Troll Patrol is going to change. I should just go ahead and move on out there. I don't know, like, I'm contemplating shit, so I've thought about going back to school, because, like, going back to school and getting my MFA in film would be super cool, and to be able to go to school at a time where I can support myself and not fucking Ida, good evening. And not have to, you know, some nights eat just a baked potato or just rice with like butter on the rice, or like, I had some hard times when I was in college the first time. And for part of the time I was in college, I was working like federal work study, and I was on food stamps, because you had to work federal work study or have like 20 something hours a week or something to even get food stamps. And if you work like a 20-hour a week job at like $10-12 an hour, like, it fucking knock you out of getting the food stamps anyway. Fucking crazy. But like, federal work study was like just enough for me to be able to like buy pot most weeks. And I worked in the equipment room. Tell me I'm too old for this. Yeah, I know, I'm 40 years old. But if I go back, I'm going to go back for a master's in film. And I'd be going back, and I'm going specifically for an MFA. I wouldn't go for just an MA. And if I got the MFA, that's 3 years of my life, and then I can teach. I can be like fucking tenure track professor with an MFA. With an MFA. And I kind of want to go back to school anyway, just because, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life. And when you go to a college, first of all, I'm gonna have to pay back my student loans. That shit kicks back in January. As of right now, depending on what's going on, and 20 grand did not eliminate all of my debt. It did not even eliminate half of it. So I would like to kick that shit. I'd like to kick that can down the road. And if I am to, say, apply for the University of Texas in Austin for the MFA program by December, to go to school in August, I would be able to defer my loans yet again, and then it's like another decade until I have to pay that shit. You freak me out there, your different picture over on YouTube. You'll see a little bit more of a delay on YouTube, I do believe. It's got like a 20-30 second delay on the live stream, whereas Twitch is like 4 or 5. It's not that long. But it's still noticeable if, like, you know, when you're hooked up with Producer Dave like I am on like VideoS or VideoNet, whatever the fuck that fucking software is called. BOD Ninja. There we go. I'm not high enough for the death of the Queen has really got me tore up. So that's I should have even changed. I should have changed the colors to be British colors. I could have put the light up there red. But oh no. What are we doing tonight? We're going to talk about Rick Wilson. Apparently Donald Trump is upset over a Lincoln Project ad. I wouldn't even touch this shit if it wasn't just for the ad's funny, I assume, because Lincoln Project always does funny ads. And then apparently Rick Wilson went on a profanity-laced tirade. I'm just going to pack it up tonight. Let's not do this. Been a long week. I did almost 5 hours last night, and then I watched AEW and it sucked, and I'm just not on my game tonight. Pack it up. Let's go on. No. This Lincoln Project ad apparently set Trump off. Rick Wilson went on a profanity-laced tirade, and we're gonna watch it just because it's fun. It's drama. It's fun drama. We're going to read about the DOJ's response to the special master being issued. They have appealed, and we're gonna read what their court filing said. A Colorado Republican has refused to apologize for her racist tweets. Steve Bannon was indicted this morning. We've got audio from Bannon in handcuffs being walked into the courtroom for his arraignment, and we have audio from Peter Navarro, who was... I said last night that the pandemic, we were watching the last episode of the Pandemic War Room, but I was wrong. Special guest host Peter Navarro stepped in today to host Steve Bannon's Pandemic War Room. And we're gonna hear from Peter Navarro. All that and more tonight. Troll Patrol. I'm just fuck it, we'll do it live. It's not Warlords over here give us Bannon. Dude, what do you think the top story is tonight? Are you seeing the graphics? Did you hear the music? Yes, yeah, I okay, so once again, if you didn't catch this, as I was putting the show together, I decided, oh shit, I should have a countdown with the Queen's face and the music and everything, blah, 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 and I had to do all this shit. And I had to throw it together real fast. So, the story you are talking about, I have pulled up, but not on my notes. It's in... It's in one of these tabs over here. So maybe when we take a commercial break, I'll throw my notes together real fast. Because that's what we did the story about the newspaper reporter in Las Vegas the other day. All his colleagues were mourning him. Apparently, he was an award-winning journalist. A county official has been arrested, or a city official. I haven't read the story yet. But a local official that he was writing about his corruption was arrested in connection with his death in Las Vegas. What happens in Vegas sometimes doesn't stay in Vegas. Sometimes it makes the national news, and we're going to talk about it. Poor Memphis has had so many shootings. Here are the stories. I'm just gonna go over them. This is the stories that I had that I didn't organize and put in. You guys know, I do the notes and they all kind of flow together. Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker makes bizarre analogy about cows and bulls. It's the shit that I didn't put on my list. It's just random shit coming at you. Marjorie Taylor Greene shares child medical photos and bizarre anti-trans rant. And I'm not saying I would have done all of these stories. They were just on my... I was going through to put shit together. Hillary Clinton reveals classified papers came to her in handcuffed briefcase. I don't understand how Trump was allowed to take documents. We're going to talk about the sequence of shootings in Memphis, Tennessee, which is like... Apparently some dude, there was an active shooter situation at an IRS building in Memphis. Again, another one. Thank you, right-wing propaganda. This one I was really interested in. MSNBC's Morning Joe lost complete control once Russell Brand started questioning the interviewers. And we may actually have to watch this. That sounds like fun. South Carolina Democrats call on their party's U.S. Senate nominee to quit. That was something I wanted to look into. I also wanted to, a story that I billboarded last night but didn't actually get into was that the Biden administration had been subpoenaed for information regarding their colluding with big tech, as the right wing likes to say it. I was going to talk about possibly, we don't know, but I had it up here. A judge actually sent a case involving former Missouri Governor Eric Greitens to Texas. They wanted a change of venue in order to limit publicity. Here's one I really wanted to get into, but didn't fit into anything else I was talking about tonight, but is actually like, of all the stories that I saw, was the one that intrigued me the most and I thought was the most substantive, that actually means something in all of our lives. Bernie Sanders says he'll vote against keeping the government open if Manchin's disastrous side deal on energy is included. However, that didn't fit with anything else I had on the list to talk about tonight. So That I put on the list. I still hadn't finished going through my Twitter shit. Such as, like, I was going to talk about Klobuchar voting on a bipartisan tech bill. No. Apparently that's been blown up because of Ted Cruz. There's no bipartisan tech bill because of Ted Cruz. Yeah, I was wanting to talk about this DNC panel that blocked a vote on dark money ban. See, I had some good shit. I had this dude talking about God knows what.
Right in the summer. You guys do know where you live, right? This is a thing that happens every single.
Oh, I know what it is now. It's California and electric cars. They actually haven't had that much of a problem at all, and these right-wing morons are going on these long-ass rants about, like, oh, stupid, you wanted to plug your electric car up when you're having blackouts. California, stupid. Oh, God, I got a story about the LAPD fucking lying about something, beating the shit out of a kid, apparently. But I ran out of time. Weed. I think I need to pack another bong. I ran out of time to put all of that on the list. So what you get tonight is you get the Queen, and then you get another Queen by the name of Donald Trump. Oh, and some of his associates. We're going to be talking about Steve Bannon. That's going to be fun. In terms of substance, I've let you down tonight. I mean, we're gonna learn about the Queen. That substance. That's the best segment that I'd already, because I'd been working on that today. Before I decided, like, I should change to some graphics and do a countdown. What it doing, boo? Soup for my bread line. What is going on, my friend? I love your screen name. We getting ready to do the news. That's what we do over here. I'm a nightly news and political talk show. My name's Justin Freakin. Pleasure to meet you, Soup. If I've talked to you before, forgive me. I was probably high. What the fuck? What'd she do to the unions and death? God, I can't wait till we get to talk about... Oh, strike action's canceled after Queen's... Yeah, don't you guys like take 10 days off or some shit? Doesn't like the country just shut the fuck down? I am glad you're having a hoot. Fucking A, I am very pro hoot. I am very, very pro hoot. It is not Friday here yet, but when it is Friday here, you know what that means. It's going to be the Friday Night Freak Show. This week's special guest host, Reg's Voice. Check out Reg's Voice on the Twitch. You've heard her voice before. She is the voiceover for the Friday Night Freak Show. She will be co-hosting tomorrow night. She is very much into fall and the spooky time, and I've got some stories that fit in the spooky time. So we're gonna do spooky time tomorrow. Pick under the chat. I'm not exactly sure what pick you're talking about. Oh, you mean the Queen? Yes, thank you. Oh, Ashley is the media winch. She says that YouTube works better. YouTube works better, and I'm on all platforms. She says YouTube works better at her work. She'd be on the tube instead of the Twitch. If there's anybody new here and you want a summation of my political leanings, I can sum up my entire political philosophy with one phrase. I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye, pussy, sir. Miss Sparkles. Oh shit! This is a woman got multiple Google accounts. Also, you said you emailed me. You didn't email me shit, ma'am. You didn't email me shit. I'm like, what fucking email? I'm like, maybe she meant Discord. And I went over Discord. Ain't nothing on Discord. Nothing on Facebook. Ain't nothing on no Twitter. Ewins ain't sent me nothing. Maybe it went to my spam. But no, I did not have an email. I mean, I've been pretty heavy on the... My mom... She used to. I don't know if she's still doing it, but my mom used to fucking, every time like it would ask for an email somewhere, she would use my fucking address. My freaking address. And I was like, that's my fucking email, Mom. Stop doing that. Especially like political campaigns and shit. She would give money to a political campaign and then use my fucking email address. 9/11 stream, I don't even know what I'm going to do on 9/11. Okay, last year 9/11 was on Friday, and Sparkles and I mocked the night. This time like a news show. I'm going to be on a Troll Patrol night for a 9/11. So, like, I've got to do some sort of news programming, but also, you know, like in my own special way. But then I'm also kind of 9/11'd out because we watched Zeitgeist the other night on Echoplex. I went over with producer Dave. Oh yeah, sorry, Soup. Especially, I disable links, especially because of the YouTube, because we get a lot of like fucking like porn links and shit will just pop in, so it cuts everything down. And plus, get a lot of right wingers coming in, like, look at this, look at this. Hell yeah, hop in Discord and throw it in there. Well, not good porn links, Warlord, like bad porn links that'll take over your computer. You want good porn links? I'll give you some good porn links.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I don't really like I'm not on the Pornhub or anything. That's what I had some coworker one time was talking about like a porn star, and I'm like, who the fuck are you even talking about? And he's like, oh, blah blah blah, don't you know her? And I'm like, no. And she's a porn star. I don't watch fucking mainstream porn. I'm watching people with their cell phones going into glory holes and blowing strangers and shit. I'm in some dark recesses of the internet. I'm on the FetLife where everybody posts videos of their amateur adventures. I don't give a shit about your porn star. What face? What face are we talking about? What face makes you dry up like the Sahara? What? I'm so behind. You pay like, is it like $25 or some shit for like a year or 6 months or something? I just throw it in the troll chat. I don't even know what I'll do for 9/11. I'll think on it. Oh, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it's the opposite of sexual anarchy. It doesn't make you want to get into sexual anarchy. Also, by the way, most of my emotes are back. Can you let me know what emotes you guys want? And if you're on the YouTube, you guys have emotes now. $2.99 for a membership. And I'm gonna make sure that you get everything that you would get on Patreon for a $3 membership on the YouTube. Little extra videos and shit. I'm gonna make sure all that stuff. I got re-upload it for you, but I'm gonna make sure you have all that access to all that shit. You get emotes. And if you guys. Right wingers are morons. Clearly, I'm assuming you guys want back. Dorner. Wait a minute. What'd you clip me saying this time? Some dark recesses of the internet. I'm in some dark recesses of the internet. On the Discord, Warlord has a channel dedicated to just clips that he feels that you should call the FBI or try to get me canceled over. So do check those out. Where is it? I don't even have Discord open, do I? Oh, I have to. The thing's lit up. Got to be open somewhere. Oh, Soup, I actually have that story. Fucking Warlord sent me that story. And I have the local news. I have the local news hit with the apology from the it was a restaurant or catering company or whatever it was. Yes. I mean, okay, this actually is not far from where I'm sitting right now. I think. Oh no, I don't see the. Oh yeah, it's in Virginia. But yeah, I didn't even see the local news hit in my, going for stories for this show. I saw the local news hit just because it's my local news. It was like right there. Ida, do not worry ever about like giving, like your likes and your shares mean far more to me than like actual financial support. I do not expect anybody. And also, like, hey, the new way of doing the Twitch ads, I'm getting a lot more Bezos money now. Like, I went from getting like $3 from ads a month to like 12, I think is what it's going to end up being. To like quadrupled the amount of money I see from ads just by doing the thing where I try to play them during the countdown and during a commercial break for you guys specifically. So hell yeah, I'm all about that. I'm trying to figure out the best ways to game the system. And to whoever complained about the Nightbot saying keep the show ad free, I changed that. I made that long before I was an affiliate on Twitch. Give me that money. Give me that money. I don't have anything but money. I'm shilling. Damn right I'm shilling.
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
I need a Soros bucks or something down here to hit. All right, let's get to the news. Let's get to the news or I'm going to have to take a commercial break. Oh, motherfucker. Of course, the big news today, the Queen is dead. Queen Elizabeth II, is that what she was?
So I can bring you some breaking news now. The flag is flying at half-mast at Buckingham Palace. The UK's Prime Minister has announced...
Yes. If you have a Prime account, link up your Prime account, and that is the best way, because if you're already fucking giving Bezos that money, fucking funnel some of that money towards your favorite content creators. Not necessarily me. You know, give it to your favorite content creator on Twitch. You get a free Prime sub. I do believe it's every month.
The flag is being lowered at Buckingham Palace. Queen Elizabeth II has passed away. The moment
so this is
never really imagined would happen has now happened.
This is awesome. This is like Al Jazeera learning, so they already had a package put together for her death. Now they do this with all like figures. It's not just like, you know, oh, the Queen's getting old, we better put a package together on it. Like all famous figures they have. It's like a pre-made like memorial package, and that's what we're going to get here.
With her death, her son Charles becomes Britain's new king. He will be King Charles III.
I've got Liz Truss making that the new Prime Minister of... This is wild. Warlord, what is the mood like in Britain this week? Because this is like... Things are completely different than what they were just a few days ago. You have a new Prime Minister. The Queen's last public appearance was handing over the reins of the prime ministerialship, whatever the fuck you call it, to Liz Truss. What a wild week. I understand it's very sad. Was it upbeat and hopeful for Liz Truss before this news? Had that even really had a chance to sink in? Because, I mean, we're talking like less than 48 hours of Liz Truss being sworn in and then giving her first Prime Minister's questions yesterday, and I believe we found out last night, putting the time frames together, you know, for you guys and us, like, you know, it was last night sometime for us that we found out that her health was being monitored. She didn't want to die over Boris. That's a good question. Did she die because she disliked trust? She was kind of a feminist, right? Like she was like a woman's empowerment kind of person. So like she probably was behind trust. Am I safe in making that assessment? But I don't know what her relationship was with Boris. And I don't know shit about British politics to make that assessment either. So, based protest. I mean, she's 96. It's a wonder she's lived this long. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about Liz Truss. We're going to hear from Liz Truss, her first day on the job. Here in just a little bit, I almost just played the entire Prime Minister's questions because I love that shit.
Indeed, the longest reign in British history, and now the flag is flying at half-mast over Buckingham Palace because the Queen has died. She has been this anchor and focus for national identity and continuity, and represented duty and dignity and decency.
He said duty.
Much has changed in the world in her lifetime, but the one constant in the midst of all of that, of her more than 70 years of being Queen, has been her. Well, she was 96 years old, born on April the 21st, 1926, and came to the throne on the death of her father in 1952, and became the longest reigning...
Not to mention being a reptilian. Well, I mean, like, okay, so I showed this is like her last public appearance. I showed the picture of it the other day. God, I saved so many fucking pictures. Here is her meeting with Liz Truss. You can see the covering is peeling back and revealing her true reptilian self.
Simmons, who takes a look back at her life.
In modern times, no monarch on earth...
Motherfucker!
...popularity and respect that...
You're gonna make me go through the fucking history of the last almost 100 years of Britain being Britain without dropping any kind of profanity. Fuck. God damn it. I guess I deserved that.
Queen Elizabeth II enjoyed right into her advancing years. Her reign was the longest in British history, marked in spectacular style by the first ever...
Hey, I'm not that far into it, so let me say fuck your kids. Don't literally fuck kids. No, that would be bad. No. Figuratively fuck kids. It was worth it. I wasn't that far into
Platinum Jubilee. Scenes reminiscent to the end of the Second World War.
Fuck them kids. God damn it, I did it.
Celebrate.
We're never going to get through this. You guys stop. You guys are being bad.
Waiting 70 years on the throne. What a contrast to 2021, the year before, and this enduring image of a queen alone with her sorrow, yet stoic. The death of her husband, Prince Philip, and a marriage that lasted 73 years had focused minds on her remarkable reign. She wasn't born to be queen. Her childhood was carefree, here with Sister Margaret. But then came change. At 10, she found herself as heir to the throne. Her uncle, King Edward VIII, abdicated. Her father became king.
She was leading a very quiet family life, fairly out of the news when the abdication came. It wasn't her destined role from birth, and I think that her father taught her incredibly well, and she learnt her lesson very well, as it were.
But why didn't they abdicate as well? Why didn't just the whole monarchy fall apart at that point in time? Why, Warlord? Please tell me.
Princess Elizabeth was 25 when she assumed the British throne, returning from a visit to Kenya after the sudden death of King George VI. By the time she was crowned Queen, she was 27. It was only 6 years after she'd married Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. A lifetime of service ahead of her, and the end of a naval career for Philip, who'd be by her side for the rest of his life. As she took the throne, Britain with its empire was losing its grip on global power. The Queen's first mission, along with her husband, was a royal tour. As head of the Commonwealth, she visited countries preparing transformation to independence from Britain.
Go back to the early 1950s.
Yeah, because like at this point in time, she's just a figurehead, right?
To get
the monarchy does not have power.
This is a person who conversed with the Churchills, the Nehrus, the very early Commonwealth leaders.
The Queen was able to lift the dark cloud of colonial attitudes, ensuring the Commonwealth became a multiracial, multinational association. It was perhaps her biggest achievement, and she was passionate about the Commonwealth throughout her reign. Back home, it might even look like a normal life, a love of dogs and a passion for horse racing.
And Ryan Moore has won for Her Majesty.
Oh, it goes back that far, since 1721. I thought it was the 1800s.
And she loved the outdoors. As a mother, though, there were challenges.
Like all the best families, we have our share of eccentricities, of impetuous and wayward youngsters, and of family disagreements.
The heir to the throne, Charles, her eldest son, had become Prince of Wales in 1969. At the age of 32, he married Diana Spencer. She had just turned 20 and was a stranger to royal life. It was an unhappy marriage ending in divorce. Then in 1997,
Britain's more democratic than we are.
Diana was killed in a car crash. Initially, the Queen didn't publicly
say that safely.
She was staying in Scotland while distraught crowds gathered at Buckingham Palace.
I think Diana's death was a very dangerous moment for the monarchy. I think that was possibly the one moment where you can look back on a pretty flawless reign and say that at that moment, I think the Queen lost her...
Now, that's nihilistic, Warlord, to say that the class system will always exist.
Sons, William and Harry. Prince Harry was seen by royal watchers as the Queen's favourite grandson, but he was to take his grandmother...
An appeal to tradition fallacy.
He married an American actress, Meghan Markle. They left their royal duties and moved to America as private citizens. The couple appeared on a US television network with scathing attacks on the royal family for making them unhappy. Meghan Markle said a member of the...
Checkmate, he says.
...remarks. The Queen's personal life may have had its ups and downs, and family may not have come first all the time. While British monarchs don't have absolute power, they can influence and steer their political leaders. A long list of prime ministers followed in the footsteps of Winston Churchill in their audiences with the Queen, each with a piece of history to share with her. Boris Johnson here, the 14th leader and the man who took the UK out of the European Union.
Now, is this how you guys found out? Like, it's just like an official thing? Like, you put a proclamation on the front of Buckingham Palace? And that's like all the news is just like, oh, well, it's there now. She's dead. Like, there wasn't like a press release. Like, I know like there was speculation and everything, but this was the official statement. Putting a under new management. Well, I mean, they were so. This is 7 minutes into Al Jazeera's coverage. Remember, they were finding out live when we started this. This is the live coverage from earlier today. So Al Jazeera was like, "Oh, they're lowering the flag at Buckingham Palace. We believe the Queen has died." And then they went into, their package here. They've now cut away. They're still playing the audio from the package, but we're seeing a live shot from Buckingham Palace where the sign is going up. I saw several different clips from different like whatever the fuck it is, and like Ireland put up the sign, and then like in Scotland they put up the sign, and whatever like the British consulate or whatever the fuck it's called. Is it even a consulate? Because it's... The fuck is that shit? I don't even understand how the UK works. None of it makes any sense to me. Why didn't the UK just dissolve and be EU anyway? Why, like, fucking, like, none of this. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Sky Comet is putting money on the Queen has been like a Weekend at Bernie's kind of deal going on. I've seen a lot of people doing a crab rave. Do hit the crab rave in the chat.
Union in 2020. He also had to handle the country's response to the coronavirus pandemic
with a pirate.
The Queen addressed in a rare TV appearance.
We should take comfort that while we may have more...
Oh, shit!
Better days will...
Fuck you, Virtual Wrong. You may, like, just under my breath, I'm reacting to your... I probably shouldn't have done anything. I mean, if I hadn't said anything, nobody would have noticed.
will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Queen Elizabeth's adult life.
We will eat meat again.
How will she be remembered?
I think she had assumed the status of a national icon, the nation's grandmother. Her legacy will be the fact that the royal family is in a position to survive and indeed thrive.
Well, you know how I feel about old ladies.
Been a given throughout her reign.
Elizabeth II, Queen of a Commonwealth, not an empire, had always shown unflinching determination. In death, as in life, she'll be revered by many millions here in the UK and beyond.
She was killed for trying to nationalize the adrenochrome industry. Thank you, Alex Jones. Do you have any update on the frogs? Here's Liz Truss.
We did show you images earlier. The Queen, just a couple of days ago on Tuesday, met with the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. That meeting usually happens at Buckingham Palace, but because, no surprise, the mobility issues, she actually went, there it is, and met with the Queen there at her home in Balmoral in Scotland. Liz Truss just stepped out of 10 Downing a short time ago and made comments.
Still gay. The frogs are still gay.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth...
Oh, we love all the gay frogs.
...was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today.
Gay amphibian pride.
She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories.
That is not really a flattering picture.
She was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal
Justin, good evening.
To me and to many Britons.
Very, very good point. Shocking. Her attending her jubilee was shocking. This, not so much. A 96-year-old woman dies. Nah, that's not very shocking.
Devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week,
she had some hat drip.
She remained
Her outfits rocked, man. Like she probably had a gay dude doing them.
As her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom.
She had the drip.
And the world.
Warlord, the drip is actually something like, I don't know if like you call it something else over there in the UK, but the drip is like a STD over here in the US. The drip is something you don't want. Did the Queen have the drip? Was she very sexually active?
You live in sexual anarchy?
By the way, like, you're forbidden by law of making fun of the Queen, right? Like, you can't indulge with us the way we are.
To celebrate her extraordinary life.
Or is that just on TV? Like, it's just the BBC can't make fun of the Queen. Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't know how your laws work. Drip is style. The drip. The drip is something you don't want your dick to do.
It is a day.
Sky comment the same way anyone has sex. You think these old ladies, and that was on the revival of the Roseanne, or it might have been when they got to the guy. I think it was while it was still Roseanne. It might not have been the Connors yet, but they had Bev is still alive. The actress is still the fucking. God, I almost made it through. She's still alive. They had put her in a nursing home, but then the nursing home kicks her out because she gave several of the other residents STDs. What country did I get my precious free? We fought for it, son. Do you not know how many people have died to give us the right to free speech here in the United States? We are free speech. Other countries don't have free speech. No, don't even get me started on free speech. They locked up a guy in the UK for his funny social media post the other day. And the right wingers are so outraged about it. Now, after I looked it up and saw that it was actually Nazi iconography, you know, it didn't seem so funny to me, but like still, he was locked up. And he wasn't actually locked up over his social media post. He was locked up over disobeying a court order. But still, he was locked up over his funny social media post about pronouns. Jefferson invented speech, and then Washington made it free for all. That is facts. That is what they put in the textbooks that you get in Alabama in like circa 1970.
Of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy.
How dare you come in here and try to make fun of my awesome country? Do I ever make fun of your country? Do I ever insult your figureheads? Alexander Hamilton. You say country threat, or like, did the United States grow a mouth and start speaking like we're gonna have civil war, or are you just reciting people in far right media? Belize. Yes, Belize. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. I'm sorry. I screwed the name up. And then I looked and saw that the buzzer was on, and I said, screwed the name up. Oh, did I miss the ads over on Twitch? Did you guys get ads? Oh, it's doing the thing where I can't control the ads again. I don't know what to do. Like it just keeps saying it's preparing ads. So I'm not in control. If you guys see ads, I apologize. Is this counter over with yet? I'm so tired of this. Let me cuss again.
Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty, King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in
the second Elizabethan age.
Exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
There you go. That was the official proclamation that changed the name of the song that I played at the beginning of the show that multiple people pointed out. That's not the lyrics anymore. I'm aware. We hadn't heard the proclamation yet. Now the lyrics have changed for us. See, like I've got this rule in my life. Other people don't go by it. They get really upset. If I haven't been to sleep, it's not the next day yet. So if it's 4 o'clock in the morning, here in a few hours, it's still Thursday to me. I go to sleep and I wake up. It's Friday. I'm still living a Thursday kind of day, right? So we were still in the second we were in the second Elizabethan age until I played the clip that officially put, I don't know, it was like 12 hours ago when that happened. But now we are officially in the first Chucky Boy age or whatever it is. What do you mean if I oversleep? I can't what am I oversleeping for? The Troll Patrol? What am I oversleeping? I mean, I got clients that want things from me, but it's not like I have to, accomplish them at a certain time. Let's go to the first Prime Minister's questions. Liz Truss's first day as Prime Minister. You saw her.
Right, it was a very different kind of Prime Minister's questions from the ones we've been used to recently. It was
make the proclamation there a few minutes ago.
Who drank what, where, and who lied about what, when. There was even a little sort of not quite intimate moment, but friendly moment when Keir Starmer went up and sort of tapped Liz Truss on the arm.
I'm not I support myself, but I'm not making any money right now. I need to hand myself over to a corporate master. I'm gonna try to get a job with Vice or MSNBC or Vox or something like that or something. I guess if there's any time in my life I'm gonna do it, it's right now. Well, share me out so I don't have to. If I could just do this every night, I'd much rather do this. I'd be I ain't broke, but I ain't making any money. I want to make some real money. I ain't got no health care.
At the end of question time and congratulated her in person. Liz Truss was emphasising, under pressure from Keir Starmer, that she wouldn't go near that windfall tax idea that you were just talking about. She's very comfortable in that sort of zone. That plays to
sort of
free market politics. But tomorrow, that doesn't detract from the fact that she is about to walk into a sort of a bad fever dream for a free marketeer. She is going to announce in the House of Commons that she is borrowing scores of billions. We think around 150 billion in order to put it into price controls. That really is the sort of stuff that would give a free marketeer cold sweats. But she feels she has...
Remember, this is a British conservative proposing price control. Nothing like would a Republican ever, would a Democrat ever propose price controls beyond like a Bernie Sanders?
Absolutely no choice about that, and she's been backed by events into a corner. Everybody looking, of course, this first full day of her premiership for any other signs about what kind of administration this is going to be. The reshuffle has carried on. A few jobs for some of Rishi Sunak's supporters in the lower ranks, the middle ranks of the government.
Well, maybe I'll try to get a job at the BBC or something, Warlord.
Fact that there was only one of his supporters.
Meat cakes, good evening. Yes, I'm packing a bong right now.
The Bill of Rights bill being dropped.
I love that troll. I love that troll so much. I love the new troll. I've also got a sad troll I haven't uploaded yet. I've got a sad troll. What other trolls would you guys like? Like I got a sad troll with blue hair.
Dropped. I wouldn't draw too many conclusions from that in terms of what it tells us about her government, because it was always a very late entry into the last Queen's speech. I was told by people close to the Prime Minister at the time it was to keep Dominic Raab quiet. Other people didn't think it was really going to be much of a bill. It wasn't going to do much.
Yeah, okay, so the one with the teal hair there, he's supposed to be laughing troll, but you can't really tell that his mouth is moving. Like it's so small. Like I didn't realize that it was going to be like that small. So like I need to tilt him back or something. I need to have him like ha-has coming out from. I don't know what I need to do to him. I like the red angry troll. Oh, speaking of the red angry troll, I am really proud of this artwork. This was the Troll Patrol thumb for the phone call with the Jimmy Dore fan I took last night. And then this was, I ended up doing like my own version of the Jimmy Dore artwork. Just because like I'm so close to it, why not go ahead and do it? I was so close to it for the thumbnail. Why not go ahead and make my own version of it? And then I made it my Twitter banner. I like the angry troll thing. But I'm really killing it on my thumbnail game. It's sad that YouTube discriminates against me.
Good. One other key position today. There aren't many backbenchers who are household names. Steve Baker, the man who has run the ERG pressure group within the Tory parliamentary party, who's been behind so many of the changes on Brexit, on deposing prime ministers.
Killing it on my thumbnail game.
He has been put into the Northern Ireland office, and in Brussels and in Dublin they're looking at that. He's the Minister of State below the Secretary of State, but nonetheless it's a very eye-catching name, and it has caught the eyes of people in the EU who are wondering, does this mean that there is really no chance of a compromise at all? Just possibly he's been brought in to make sure that a compromise really does get through, as it were, the hard right of the Tory party. They won't know the answer to that for a while, but right now they're suspecting, from their perspective, it's bad news in terms of compromise. But here's how the first full day of Liz Truss's premiership went.
Here we go. Had a Prime Minister's questions.
That intervention in the energy market.
Liz Truss's new cabinet was summoned to hear about her programme for government.
Good night, Warlord.
Right now by a freeze on energy bills, paid for by something like 100 or 150 billion pounds in borrowing. A protest upped the police presence as Liz Truss faced her first Prime Minister's questions. arrived to muted cheers from an anxious party. Under her, the Conservatives have stolen some of Labour's approach to the energy bills crisis, but she emphasised the ideology that now divides the two parties.
When she said in her leadership campaign that she was against windfall taxes, did she mean it?
I am against a windfall tax. I believe it is the wrong thing to be putting companies off investing in the United Kingdom.
Is she really telling us that she's going to leave these vast excess profits on the table and make working people foot the bill for decades to come?
The reality is that this country will not be able to tax its way to growth.
She's the fourth Tory Prime Minister in 6 years. The face at the top may change, but the story remains the same.
Here.
About the Tory fantasy of trickle-down economics.
Well, there's nothing new about a Labour leader who is calling for more tax rises.
That put-down cheered some Tory MPs.
Why don't you try it? Why don't you try it out sometime?
His Truss wouldn't manage big occasions.
Try not to work too hard, meat cakes.
And spend.
With Boris Johnson now gone from number 10, Theresa May felt able to ask a supportive question of the Prime Minister.
Can I ask my right honourable friend, why does she think it is that all three female Prime Ministers have been Conservative?
It is quite extraordinary, isn't it, that there doesn't seem to be the ability in the Labour Party to find a female leader, or indeed a leader who doesn't come from North London. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the issue is.
As the session closed, Keir Starmer crossed over to congratulate.
See, they have so much more fun.
The party. Friendly pats on the arm were exchanged. The Labour leader was known to loathe Boris Johnson personally. Earlier, the Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, met with city bosses.
That's why I almost played Prime Minister's questions in its entirety tonight. Just for fun.
Some investors say it's
we got the highlights instead.
Helping to drive fears about the pound. And the Bank of England hinted the borrowing needed to fund that freeze would mean an interest rate rise soon. There was a staged conversation between the Governor of the Bank of England and the Chancellor to reassure markets that the new Prime Minister, though she'd heavily criticised bank policy, didn't want to dictate.
Golden shower from the London Tower.
Reaffirm my commitment, our commitment to your independence. As I said, independence does not mean immunity from discussion about what you say. I've had a warning of that.
I've had a morning of that, the bank governor said. Tomorrow, what'll be only her second full day in the job, Liz Truss will be back at the dispatch box, unveiling a giant intervention in the energy market that could define her premiership, and defending massive state borrowing to fund price controls. A free marketeer.
So I don't know if this piece was produced before the news of the Queen. I assume it was. So like the news about the Queen happened 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern time here in the U.S. I have no clue what time that was in the U.K. Oh, I made it to 10 minutes. I never even noticed. Yay me. Go me. I don't know when that happened. Okay, I do have control of ads, so I'm going to take an ad break and get these Twitch ads out of the way. When we come back, we are going to talk about Steve Bannon. We're going to talk about Steve Bannon. He was charged earlier today. I've got footage of him being perp walked. Also have his fill-in guest from Steve Bannon's pandemic war room, whatever the hell it's called. We're going to talk about Trump and the special master. The DOJ filed an appeal. Also, it's come out that Trump was trying to investigate John Kerry and prosecute other critics of his. We have a Lincoln Project ad that apparently really set him off, and also Rick Wilson responding in a profanity-laced tirade. All that and more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol. Live.
This is WWE Superstar,
and multiple-time champion Seth Rollins. Seth is one of the top wrestlers in the industry, and never in a million years would I expect that Seth would be spying on me, or at least following me on social media. You see, a few years ago, around 2015 or 2016, Seth started referring to himself as
Seth freaking Rollins.
Now, Justin, you may say, your name is Justin Freakin. That's not very similar. And you'd be right. But I actually rebranded myself as Justin Freakin after Rollins blatantly stole my gimmick. Before last year, I went by
Justin Freakin Mullins. Justin Freakin Mullins.
Justin freaking Mullins.
I am on film and audio, calling myself Justin Freakin Mullins several years before Seth Rollins. And if we take a trip in the Wayback Machine, we can see that I've actually been using the appellative since I was in high school. If this was Seth's only offense, I might let it slide. But recently he started referring to himself as
The Monday Night Messiah.
I wonder where I have heard something like that before.
I am the new media messiah.
I am the new media messiah.
Self-proclaimed new media messiah.
The new media messiah.
So, Seth, since you and the WWE are clearly paying attention to me, consider this video your cease and desist to stop infringing on my intellectual property, and issue me a check for a cut of that sweet merchandise money. Obviously, you and the WWE are big fans of my ideas, so maybe you should offer me a slot on the creative team. Anyone who has watched Raw in the past decade knows you could use the help. And if you're watching this video and you're not Seth Rollins, check out the links below to learn how you can contribute to my legal fund.
Now we turn to YouTuber Justin Freakin. The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture. Uncensored and unfiltered political talk and debate from a leftist perspective. The day's top news stories and videos with astute social commentary.
Not high enough for this shit.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Right-wingers are morons.
You brought back the wrong kind of fucking cake, you idiot.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to Justin Freakin.
Yet you're like, we'll pray for somebody. You think you can telepathically communicate with a deity, and you have the audacity to say somebody else has a mental disorder. For the love of God. I've gotten so many comments from people. They're like, you were mocking God, and then you said for the love of God, you hypocrite. Like, way to get the joke, pal. Way to get the joke, pal. Like, I even emphasize. Which did I tell you about the, okay, so I had this radio host, he's a right-wing radio host I knew in Alabama, and I would, every so often, I would just fucking taunt him, and, I said something like, Matt Walsh called me a formidable voice of the culture. He's like, no, he didn't. I was like, yeah, he did. I sent him the clip on YouTube, and he's like, I want to see the actual clip, not your edited version of it. I want to see what he actually said. So I sent it to him, and he said, you know he was mocking you, right? And I was like, you know I was mocking him, right? He's like, are you really that fucking dumb? Yes, the answer is yes. Right-wingers are morons. Absolute dumbest fucks walking the planet. The royal family shopping for the Queen's 97th birthday present. Sorry. They're killing me. You know, I don't have the phone lines open. We've had several calls, and I haven't had the phone lines open. That's a shame, isn't it? We had several calls last night, and it's always a shame if I can't take can't take calls from the people. 917-830-4359. Didn't miss a call from anybody though, so we are good. Looks like the Discord is being lively though. Let's get back to the news, shall we? Sassy Snicks, you know, you came just in time. I believe you're going to really enjoy exactly what we're getting ready to talk about. Here is Steve Bannon being purple.
You'll never shut me up. You'll have to kill me first. I have not yet begun to fight. For every conservative American, this is what happens in the last days of a dying regime. They will never shut me up. They'll have to kill me first. I have not yet begun to fight.
I mean, it could be a dying regime, and you can still totally be fucking guilty, dude.
Days of a dying regime. They will never shut me up. They'll have to kill me first. I have not yet begun to fight.
Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up.
For more on this, the CBS News legal contributor, Keir Dougal. Keir, great to see you. So, you know, Steve Bannon has been charged with money laundering, conspiracy, and fraud. What legal consequences could he be facing? And are his lawyers arguing that this could be a case of double jeopardy?
It is not.
Yeah, so the consequences are potentially severe if he's convicted. He's looking at years of time in prison. Certainly there are questions right now, or the habit.
Okay, so there's like a horn or something blowing. Maybe there was a phone vibrating, but it kind of sounded like the first notes of Shania Twain kicking in. I was almost like, let's go, girls.
Questions right now about double jeopardy issues because of a particularity, an old particularity of New York state law. But I don't believe there are going to be effective or valid double jeopardy arguments that Bannon can employ here. I think he's in the soup.
He's in the soup.
And what's interesting is Steve Bannon's arraignment is happening later today. What?
He's in the soup. The details are in the ravioli.
Do you expect his plea will be, and why? There is, you know, a presidential pardon doesn't cover state crimes. So what do you expect his next move here to be?
Yeah, well, he's going to plead not guilty for sure. I would be shocked if, given the statements that he made today, or made at least in the last 24 hours, disparaging the case, invoking the witch hunt mantra, I would be shocked if he did anything other than what most defendants do, which is to plead not guilty. And then, you know, the case will grind on through discovery and perhaps motion practice, and then there will be a trial in front of a jury.
He fucked.
I would expect, which is sort of what we're going to be watching for.
And so, Keir, having, you know, looked over what we know now.
And that could be fun if they allow cameras in. That I don't know what the laws are in New York, but usually on the state level, it is like a judge's discretion of whether to allow cameras in or not. So we could possibly get a Bannon trial on television. That would be fun.
Now, do you feel like the state's case against him then is pretty strong?
Yeah, so I've taken a pass of the indictment. It is detailed. One of the things that I think they facilitate by charging both money laundering the way they do and the scheme to defraud the way they do is they're able to tell a relatively complete story and give the public at this stage a good picture of the evidence with detailed text messages, laying out the scheme, laying out the dates, who did what when. That is not the way prosecutors always have to proceed. They can simply state a simple charge, but here we have a speaking indictment, which I think does two things. It informs us, but it also will facilitate their ability to get the full story that they want to tell in front of this jury in the courtroom.
Mm. Yeah. Interesting stuff. So
yeah, interesting.
You mentioned this earlier, but what steps can you expect both prosecutors and Steve Bannon to take following today's arraignment?
Yeah, so there'll be questions about bail. There'll be some questions about discovery.
Do we have an update? Did he get us on to bond?
Control over the statements that the lawyers will be making in the case. I'm sure that the prosecutors will be speaking only in court, but there's a risk when a defendant or his lawyers are out in front of a microphone of tainting a jury. And so, when we have comments like, this is phony, this is a witch hunt, it has the ability to skew the jury. And the thing that's really important to remember is when you make claims like the charges are phony and this is a government, persecuting me, you have to remember that for over 200 years we have trials by jury of your peers that are picked for their neutrality, picked for their independence. If you have bias, you're removed. And that's what distinguishes us as a country from places like North Korea or Russia. Here, the government can't just say you're guilty and then put you in jail. They have to prove it by a very high standard to a jury. So, this set of arguments from Bannon that it's phony, I hope the judge takes control of this because, honestly, I think he's blowing smoke, and I don't think it's helpful.
And as Tanya had said earlier, you can simply follow the money as prosecutors do in cases like this and say you claimed one thing and the money went elsewhere. So we'll see what a jury may think of that. Keir Dougal, thank you very much for joining us today.
I mean, it looks like he's out. Like the judge made he ordered Bannon to surrender his passports. Prosecutors argued that he has the means and the disposition to flee, citing his recent unrelated contempt of Congress conviction for defying a subpoena related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The judge also warned Bannon that if he is willfully absent during court proceedings, they could move forward without him. So, I guess he's out. It doesn't say what kind of a bond was issued. The way the judge admonished him, it does seem like he is out. However, he was not there for his podcast earlier today. He had a guest host, Peter Navarro. Let's see what Peter Navarro had to say about Bannon. And this happened to me the other day that I had the tweet. And then it wasn't there. Weird shit happening with the Twitter. See, that's the video I had, I thought. All right, well, you get Dr. Peter Navarro.
In a blue stronghold using lawfare to try to silence the man, Stephen K. Bannon, who has, through the force of his intellect, taken this show to the #1 podcast and show in politics in the world.
Is that true? I mean, it's possible it's true. Just because, like, there's so many other, like, left, center, left podcasts that fracture the audience, but, like, number one podcast, and like, it's not like Pod Save America or some shit. Steve Bannon's Pandemic War Room.
And show in politics in the world. And the Democrats fear him, and rightly so. In a blue stronghold.
So the Democrats fear Steve Bannon. So the whole Trump world really seems to be falling apart. DOJ warns judge that delaying the FBI's Trump investigation is a national security risk. Cicero, good evening. Welcome. On Monday, Judge Aileen Cannon, a Trump appointee to the federal bench, issued a surprising order that effectively halted much of the Justice Department's criminal investigation into classified records it recovered last month from former President Donald Trump. Cannon's legal reasoning has been widely mocked by lawyers from across the political spectrum. Today, the Justice Department made its first attempt to regain control over the classified documents. In a motion asking Cannon to stay parts of her order, the Justice Department warns that the order risks irreparable harm to our national security and intelligence interests by sabotaging the intelligence community's efforts to determine whether any of the sensitive information contained in the seized records has leaked beyond Trump. To understand why, you have to understand a bit about what makes Cannon's order odd. In her Monday order, Cannon ruled that she would appoint an official known as a special master to comb through the several boxes of documents that the FBI seized from Trump's Florida residence and determine if any of those documents might be protected by attorney-client privilege or executive privilege. The FBI says it seized these documents from Mar-a-Lago as part of a criminal investigation into potential violations of several statutes prohibiting unauthorized retention of national security documents, including the Espionage Act. Trump denies any wrongdoing. You know, did somebody affiliated with Trump purposely put things like his passport and medical records in with these so that then that they would have some sort of claim in court? Is it possible that they had that kind of forethought? Because, like, I kind of doubt it, because Trump's really fucking dumb. And just people around him tend to be really fucking dumb. All the best people. But they had some heads up. They had like a month's notice that the FBI might be coming. Over a month? That investigation hit a huge roadblock Monday because Cannon also prohibited the Justice Department from further review and use of any of the materials seized from the plaintiff's residence for criminal investigative purposes until the special master's review is complete. The DOJ's motion seeks a partial, and if hers says for criminal investigative purposes and then the DOJ counters, they're prosecuting Trump. It's coming. DOJ's motion seeks a partial stay of this order. It seeks permission to continue using the classified documents in its criminal investigation, as well as a ruling that the special master will not review the classified documents themselves. And that's weird that a judge would order that, like, we're going to let this dude I would assume the special master is going to have clearance, right? Because he's handling classified. So it would very much limit the pool of people that could possibly be a special master, because it would have to have somebody that would have that clearance. And they wouldn't be able to use a team because they wouldn't have the clearance. Yeah, none of this makes any sense, actually, now that I think about it. The FBI says Cannon's order undermines U.S. national security. The FBI took several boxes of documents from Mar-a-Lago, Trump's Florida residence, 103 of which had classified markings. This is according to the Washington Post. These papers include a document describing a foreign government's military defenses, including its nuclear capabilities. According to the Justice Department's motion, assessing the potential damage to our national security and intelligence interests of having these documents remain insecure for so long is of vital importance. Technically, Cannon's order permitted the intelligence community to continue its investigation into whether Trump alleged theft of these classified documents harmed national security, but as the Justice Department explains in its Thursday motion, the ongoing intelligence community classification review and assessment are closely interconnected with and cannot be readily separated from areas of inquiry of DOJ's and FBI's ongoing criminal investigation. Meanwhile, we are finding out from, once again, this is a book making these claims. So you have to also be aware of advertising disguised as news stories, especially coming from the New York Times. A book by a former top federal prosecutor offers new details about how the Justice Department under President Donald J. Trump sought to use the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan to support Mr. Trump politically and pursue his critics, even pushing the office to open a criminal investigation of former Secretary of State John Kerry. The prosecutor, Jeffrey Berman, was the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York for 2.5 years until June 2020, when Mr. Trump fired him after he refused a request to resign by Attorney General William Barr, who sought to replace him with an administration ally. A copy of Mr. Berman's book, Holding the Line, was obtained by the New York Times before its scheduled publication on Tuesday. The book paints a picture of Justice Department officials motivated by bipartisan concerns in pursuing investigations or blocking them. Oh, fucking shit. That's just... At least 2 injured at the Uvalde Memorial Park after a shooting, according to a Texas senator. Uvalde police officials said Thursday night that 2 people were shot and wounded in a city park and were being treated in San Antonio, a shooting in a public space that renewed fears of gun violence among many residents nearly 4 weeks after a mass shooting that killed 19 children and 2 teachers. It's been more than 4 weeks, hasn't it? Authorities were on the scene of a shooting at the Uvalde Memorial Park on Thursday evening, with as many as 6 people injured. This is according to State Senator Ronald Gutierrez. The number of injured is at least 2, but others may have been hurt in the shooting. Police did not immediately have the shooter in custody. I didn't even get I don't even have an update of what happened in Memphis. Let's do since we're talking about shootings now, let's do the Memphis thing. We get this. I still have it up over here. There have been multiple shootings in Memphis on top of the violent kidnapping and murder of a woman in Memphis. Fucking shit. It's been a hell of a week for Memphis. I don't even think this isn't even talking about till like today's. The sequence of shootings on Wednesday in Tennessee provided by Memphis Police Director Carolyn C.J. Davis. Crime scenes were scattered throughout the city. 4 people were killed and 3 others were wounded. Ezekiel Kelly has been charged with first-degree murder. So at 12:56 a.m., officers responded to a shooting in East Memphis. A dead man was located in a driveway with multiple gunshot wounds. At 4:38 p.m., officers responded to a shooting in South Memphis and was found in his vehicle with multiple gunshot wounds, pronounced dead on scene. Video surveillance from a business shows a black male pulled up next to the victim in a sedan. The suspect fired multiple shots and fled. This is Marcus Cash speaking during an interview outside of a home where his close friend and business partner, Dwayne Turnstall, was fatally shot in Memphis, Tennessee on Thursday, September 8th. At 4:40 p.m., officers responded to a shooting close by. A woman was found with a gunshot wound in the leg. A woman was taken to the hospital. Is this a local news hit?
As we speak, that a search was underway for a suspect believed to be responsible for multiple shootings. This is in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis police said that it had received reports the suspect, believed to be a 19-year-old man, was recording his actions on Facebook. Now, the exact circumstances of the shooting were not confirmed. There was no immediate word on whether there were any injuries or fatalities. I'm going to connect in a second with my colleague Abhishek to understand more. Abhishek, I believe there are also initial reports right now that Kelly, the 19-year-old, is now in custody. What can you confirm?
So there has been this report of this person who was on loose and on a shooting spree that he's been apprehended. But we are yet to hear a word from the official MPD, Memphis Police Department, on that. However, we know that for the hours that he was on loose, he was regularly shooting at people. There was one video apparently where he entered.
Wow! So you're seeing the live stream footage on your right here.
So and beyond that, also there has been reports of multiple shootings.
Looked like he entered a store and just started shooting.
Apparently, at least 2 have been confirmed. There have been multiple injuries. This person was chased for hours and then only he has been apparently apprehended. And we still don't know much about this person. He's 19, 20 years old. This is what it has been told by mostly the official sources from there. And one brief video that he has posted that has showed how he just barges into one shopping mall and fired from a very close range to a person who was just not expecting that this person is carrying a revolver, and then he shoots him. But
is he rapping as he's getting out of his car?
Only after killing so many people.
Abhishek, I also want to understand from you, do we have any kind of indication on the number of people either injured or shot? Dead.
Oh, there have been multiple injuries for sure because this person was on loose for a very long time. But then at least 2 people have been confirmed dead by various sources.
This was yesterday in Memphis. I referenced this story happening today. There was actually a false alarm at an IRS building in Memphis.
At loose and firing at people.
There was heavy police presence earlier, and that turned out to be just a false alarm.
He must have also hurt other people before capturing their cars or before taking over them.
Okay, but just to confirm, Abhishek, we don't have final numbers, is that correct, on casualties or injuries?
No, we don't have final numbers yet because...
at least 2 people were injured at the Uvalde Memorial Park. Could be as many as 6.
This person where and how many times he has fired.
According to a senator who was on the scene.
Few hours that he has been on loose, he has...
Police have yet to release a statement.
Carjacking people, and then... so we will still have to wait for the final numbers before police can verify that all those victims
It's been a wild week in Memphis.
And how many people finally fatally got
I'm glad that there was not a active shooter situation as we reported earlier.
Memphis Police Department will be doing a briefing where they'll be telling all the details of the victim of this person who was on a fighting spree for a very, very, very long time.
Okay, Abhishek, stay with us. I just want to tell our audience is in the United States, you have some states that are open carry states. What that means is that if you you can actually carry an open firearm with you without any kind of issue. Memphis, Tennessee is one such city where open carry is in place. But Abhishek, do we have any information on whether the assailant...
I mean, she's not wrong. At 6:12 p.m., officers received information that the suspect on Zeke Honcho's Facebook Live stated that he was threatening to cause harm to citizens. At 7:23, officers responded to a shooting in the Evergreen area. A woman who had been shot was located dead on the scene. The suspect took the woman's vehicle, a gray SUV, and fled the scene. At 7:24, officers responded to a shooting in the Midtown area. A man who had been shot was taken to a hospital in non-critical condition. 8:55 p.m., officers responded to a shooting in South Memphis. One woman was found dead from gunshot wounds. 8:56 p.m., police in South Haven, Mississippi, just across the state line, responded to a carjacking. The suspect carjacked the victim at gunpoint and took a gray Dodge Challenger, leaving behind a gray SUV. The victim was not injured. 8:58 p.m., officers spotted the Challenger northbound on Interstate 55. High-speed pursuit ended in South... And you saw a video of the high-speed pursuit ended in South Memphis. Male driver identified as Kelly was taken into custody by Memphis police and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. 2 weapons were visible inside the vehicle where Kelly was. I can't believe... usually in situations like this, they don't take the suspect alive. Usually because the suspect shoots himself. Wild. Go back to politics. Let's talk about Eric Greitens. Content warning, if we get into the history of this motherfucker, it ain't pretty. The judge in the child custody case involving former Missouri Governor Eric Greitens ruled that it should move to Texas because his 2 sons now spend most of their time there, and to better protect the boys from public scrutiny, according to a court document obtained Thursday by the Associated Press. I didn't realize this was going to be a family matter. Makes me really not want to do the story now. I didn't know what other of the numerous things that Greitens could be, because he has been accused of holding a woman captive and sexually assaulting her. He's been accused of all kinds of underhanded things. Let's go to this Lincoln Project ad. Do you guys want to see this Lincoln Project ad? This apparently made Trump go nuts. And then I have Rick Wilson, who said some naughty words in response to it. So, whatever you do today, please do not retweet this project. Like, this shit right here. Like, this is all astroturfed. Don't retweet this Project Lincoln ad that caused Trump to shit his pants and threaten to sue Fox News for airing it. If he threatened to sue Fox News, I enjoy that very much. Here's the ad.
Dear MAGA, we have some bad news. No, not that he lost. Not that your little coup attempt failed and its planners and the attackers are going to jail. No, the really bad news is why Trump told you he lost. Why he set it up way before the 2020 election. It wasn't voter fraud, but it was fraud. Trump told you the election was stolen to rip you off, to sucker you, to take your hard-earned money and shovel it into his pockets. He spent it on himself, not to take back the White House. It was the biggest scam in political history. Every dollar you sent him paid to keep his shaky business empire and lavish lifestyle going. It was a sucker's game all along. And you know who the sucker is? It's you.
They produce some good ads. You gotta admit that. But they are grifters too. Every single one of the people involved with the Lincoln Project, they are grifters themselves, including Rick Wilson, who was wanting to make money off of that liberal crowd, market to the MSNBC types, sell books, whatever other bullshit he's pushing. But he has responded to Donald Trump, truthing that he's going to sue the Lincoln Project over that ad. So this should be good.
Hey, folks. Wanted to say hi really quickly and to just give Donald Trump a message. Since you threatened to sue the Lincoln Project this morning, go for it. Go for it, bitch. Come at me. I can't wait. We're delighted by the thought that you would try to sue us, Donald. Do it. Do it. I double dog dare you. You know, when we put up the billboards in Times Square of Jared and Ivanka during the COVID.
I mean, I can't fault him for this. Like, this is the same thing I did to Charlie Kirk. I'm like, sue me, Nazi Charlie Kirk. I'm going to call you Nazi. Sue me, Charlie Kirk.
COVID crisis at the end of the 2020 campaign. We received this letter from Mark Kasowitz, Donald Trump's attorney, and it was this complete, blustering shit show. Oh, we will certainly sue you. We read it in the Bain voice, right? You're not going to sue anybody, Donald. You're not going to do shit. You're not going to do a goddamn thing. You are weak. You are impotent. You are flabby. You are sitting there in the bridal suite at Mar-a-Lago or in the bridal suite at Bedminster, grinding your gears, wondering why that the Lincoln Project, no matter how many times you tried to kill us, keeps coming at you. You know why? We're here in this fight for the long haul.
Sir, I would like to posit the notion that the people inside the Lincoln Project did everything they could to try to kill the Lincoln Project. Just saying.
Because you are a threat to democracy. You are a threat to America. You are a threat to the Republic. You are a threat to the Constitution. You are a thief of classified documents. You are a traitor to this country. You've tried to overthrow this government and the system of our peaceful transition of power, and fuck you. We're here. You're not. We will keep kicking your ass every single day. So if you want to try to sue us, Donald, go for it. Throw down. Let's go. We can't wait. You won't do it because you are, in fact, as I said previously, completely impotent. Just ask Melania. Anyway, folks, other than that, it's a great day for America. Steve Bannon is looking at the inside of a jail cell once again. Donald Trump is raging in Mar, go fuck yourself, or Bedminster, wherever he is today. And
go fuck yourself.
Be in the fight. Talk.
It's like that one episode of South Park where they're like, we're the Washington Redskins, go fuck yourself. He just dropped it in there. Like, go fuck yourself. I mean, I guess it was directed at Donald Trump, but it just seemed like he was just telling everybody else to go fuck themselves too. It's a beautiful day in America. Go fuck yourself. It had real Jordan Peterson vibes, I thought.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
A Colorado Republican is refusing to apologize for her racist tweet. Mar-a-Lago, fuck yourself. I've got Smokey, but he's eating. Smokey, you want to come up? He's like, I'm pissed off. I was still in the middle of eating. I'd love to give you a cat. I'd love to give you. Look, virtual wrong. Hold on. Let me see if I can scrounge up a maybe even a new cat that you've never seen before. Say hello to Sunshine. Hi, Sunshine. He's very much not happy right now. Sunshine is very soft and very fluffy. And big. Sunshine is the biggest cat. I love the... I'm going to go find out what that other emote is. It looks like a Socrates, but it's not socks. Winston eyes. Does left flank vets have a tuxedo as well? Looking like my socksy poo. Now Socks is here. Socks is right here now. We played like cat musical chairs. Smokey is running around in the kitchen, and Socks is here next to me. Sunshine is long gone. Sunshine, the house is kind of divided with the cats. Like they've got their territories. Her cats and my cats don't intermingle very much, except I guess Maynard is like he's welcome in the group now. But this is a GOP state house candidate who is refusing to apologize for their racist tweet. Maybe we're jumping to conclusions. Maybe the tweet wasn't racist. Maybe the news organization is wrong for calling it racist.
Keep temperatures down.
How do I reload it? This is one of those local news stations that has a really weird website that is not very user-friendly. You're going nuts over there, buddy.
For different organizations and unions to endorse candidates during an election season. The American Federation of Teachers here in Colorado released their endorsements for candidates in late August. 2 weeks ago, they tweeted an endorsement of Democrat Representative Meg Furlick, who's running for re-election in House District 3, along with endorsements of Senator Julie Gonzalez, House District 6 candidate Elizabeth Epps, and Representative Jennifer Bacon. Furlick responded to the tweet writing, "Wow, I get to be with these champs? Made my day. Thanks, Colorado AFT." Her opponent, Republican Marla Fernandez, wrote back late this Monday night into Tuesday saying, "Did you say chimps?" with a smiling emoji. "Sorry, must be my dyslexia." Seeing that tweet mentioned 2 black women, alarms were sounded all over Twitter throughout Tuesday and Wednesday. We asked Fernandez what she meant by that tweet.
I was trying to get Meg and the NEA, and I meant to put chum, but I said, you know what, let's go with this and see what happens since I'm Hispanic. So I got the media covered.
Colorado GOP chairwoman Christy Burton Brown responded saying that tweet was uncalled for and inappropriate. She should apologize immediately. We asked Fernandez if she plans to do that.
I didn't do anything wrong. I was meant for Meg. I didn't even care about the people that were on there. I mean, I was just trying to address the fact that she got sponsored by the NEA, who is number one next to nobody and funds the Democrats. I'm not going to apologize because I didn't do anything wrong and I'm not racist. It's not true.
There you have it. There you have it.
Normally, the middle schoolers would have only gotten out.
No, we're not coming to you right now. We're going to Georgia and checking in on Senate candidate Herschel Walker. Candidate Herschel Walker makes a bizarre analogy about cows and bulls. Here we go.
One time. It's about everybody thinking something is better somewhere else.
Mandy, good evening.
Bull that was out in the field, and he had 6 cows with him.
This bull is out in the field. Unfortunately, like Herschel Walker still stands a better chance than Oz does in Pennsylvania. Warnock is up, but it's closer than it probably should be, honestly.
3 of them was expecting calves. He had these 6 cows, but what he was worried about, he kept his nose up against the fence, seeing these other 3 cows up on the hillside. So as he's looking up on the hillside of these other 3 cows, not worried about what he got now, the grass as tall as his knees, all he had to do is eat grass. But he worried about something else. And so one day, he measured that fence up. He measured that fence up and he said, I think I can jump this fence and get over there with those other cows. Now, not worried about what he got. I can jump it, I'm gonna get over there. So as he got back one afternoon, he took off running and he dove. And as he made it over the fence, his belly got all cut up and stuff. And he rolled up and he got up and he knew he would have made it on the other side.
Sky Comet. There's this bull. And he's got 6 cows here, and there's 3 cows over on the ledge over there. And no idea. No idea whatsoever.
I'll tell you this little story I heard one time. It's about everybody thinking something is better somewhere else. And I remember talking about this bull that was out in the field.
Okay, so it's a grass is greener on the other side kind of analogy he's making. About people thinking that something somewhere else is better.
He had 6 cows with him. 3 of them was expecting calves.
Yes, Cicero. See, that's what I was thinking. If we're talking bulls and cows, we're talking sexual anarchy, right?
You live in sexual anarchy?
But if you've got 6 cows over here, you've got more potential mates than the 3 cows that are over there.
Worried about, he kept his nose up against the fence, seeing these other 3 cows up on the hillside. So as he's looking up on the hillside of these other 3 cows, not worried about what he got now, the grass as tall as his knees, all he had to do is eat grass. But he worried about something else. And so one day, he measured that fence up. He measured that fence up and he said, I think I can jump this fence and get over there with those other cows. Now, not worried about what he got. I can jump it, I'm gonna get over there. So as he got back one afternoon, he took off running and he dove. And as he made it over the fence, his belly got all cut up and stuff. He rolled up and he got up and he knew he would have made it on the other side. He was so excited about it. And then he ran to the top of the hill. When he got up there, he realized that they were bulls too. And the reason I tell you that, don't think something is better somewhere else. This is a good place.
So there's a lot of things wrong with that. First of all, like, the bull didn't recognize there were other bulls, you know, with the horns and everything. He didn't, like... The defense had the power... Like, he could see them well enough to mistake them for a cow, but couldn't see them well enough to see their horns. Yeah, Skycom. That's what went through my head. Was like, maybe he'd like a little dick. Dick yummy. Maybe he not exclusive. He got 6 cows over here. Maybe he's gonna take the 3 bulls from the hillside. They're gonna go back down. They're gonna hang out with the 6 cows, cause it ain't no fun if my homie can't have none. It ain't no fun if my homie can't have none. I'm just thinking here, because that's still that's 4 schlongs and 6 pockets, dude. Like, fucking. Also, Dustin, very good point. One I hadn't even thought of. Only thing that's gonna work a bull up to jump a fence is the smell of a cow in heat. He's just bisexual. There ain't no way he's gonna mistake him for cows. The moral of the story is re-elect Reverend Warnock. Sitting cow. Good evening. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even call him Reverend Warnock. Senator Warnock is a much better title, a much more prestigious title. This was great. I'm glad we did this. Unfortunately, like the next one I got, like it's not gonna be as fun because it's just fucking hateful. Herschel Walker talking about bulls and cows, that's just harmless fun. But Marjorie Taylor Greene attacking trans children is fucking, it's heinous. Senator Reverend, I like that. Marjorie Taylor Greene shares child's medical photos in a bizarre anti-trans rant. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene just shared photos of one or more minors on Twitter in order to attack the family of a possibly transgender young person. The child is not old enough to vote, buy cigarettes, or watch an R-rated movie, but they let her choose to have them cut off, probably misgendering them. Greene wrote while sharing a tweet with 2 pictures. One of the pictures shows a girl in her early teens fully dressed. The other shows a young person in their late teens or early 20s shirtless after what appears to be a double mastectomy. Just showing off top surgery. Cool. My Protect Children's Innocence Act will stop this, she wrote, referring to a bill she introduced last month. Greene retweeted anti-trans activist Chloe Cole, who wrote, "Reality check, nothing is okay about this." And I'm not showing the pictures. Neither Greene nor Cole appear to know the name of the person or people in the photos. They look like the same person, but that may be because of the time that passed between the 2 photographs, how old they are, or why the latter person had undergone surgery. If the person was over the age of 18 or had a mastectomy for reasons unrelated to gender-affirming care, then Greene's bill wouldn't have prohibited the procedure. Also, just fuck you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I guess this is the bill. The Protect Children's Innocence Act. I thought we were going to actually hear from her, dumbass. Apparently not. I'm sorry. I'm out of here. No more of that. Fuck you, Marjorie Taylor Greene. We talked about Hillary Clinton last night. Do you want to talk about Hillary Clinton again? See, once again, I ran out of time, so none of this is in order the way it should be, like on a normal show when I put all this shit together. So forgive me. The time that I would have normally spent putting the show together, I decided to make graphics about the Queen and an intro music that had "God Save the Queen" and the Queen's face. So forgive me on that one. So we've got a little bit of a disjointed show here. We're all over the place. This would have gone with the Trump stories from earlier. Hillary Clinton reveals classified papers came to her in handcuffed briefcase. I don't understand how Trump was allowed to take the documents. Are we actually going to get the comments here? Give me Hillary. Oh, here we go.
There were times when I was Secretary of State that literally a military courier come into my office. It would be an emergency. There wouldn't be time to get to the White House and have a meeting in what's called a SCIF, a secured facility. So usually a man, it was always a man as I remember, walked in. He would have like a briefcase locked to his wrist. Mm-hmm. And he would come into my office and he would say, "You have to look at this immediately, Secretary." He would unlock the briefcase. He would stand there. He would give me this document that had really
I do need more weed.
Delicate, secret information about something of importance. I would read it, then I would sign that I had read it. It would go back into the locked box, attached to his wrist, and off he would go. Mm-hmm. So I don't understand how these documents ended up where they are. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how he was permitted to take them even to the residence, let alone to a country club in Florida. I don't understand it.
So I want to address the right-wing nonsense about so Hillary made the claim, once again, she's her own worst enemy.
There were times when
She made the claim that there were 0 classified documents that she was in possession of. And the problem with that statement is it's technically true and it's technically untrue, and I had to go do a fucking shit ton of research to actually understand what the fuck anybody was talking about to prove the claim true or false. So what it comes down to is Hillary Clinton was in possession of 3 different email chains that contained information that was considered classified. It was the lowest level of classification. And they weren't marked in the header that they were classified. Oftentimes, aides going back and forth in a need to share information would try to reword things in a way that would get around the classification so that they would be able to send it in an email to somebody who was somewhere else, to Clinton, who was blah, 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 to get her to sign off on something. No, she's got a new show, Mox. She's got a show on Apple. I think it's her and Chelsea together. That's why you see Chelsea there next to her on The View. She's got a new show on Apple TV. That is why we have a Hillary Clinton media tour right now.
I was Secretary of State, that literally a military courier.
But I mean, in the strictest sense of the word, she was in possession of classified materials. But the actual FBI ruling on it was that there's no reason to believe that she knew that she was in possession of classified material or did it in any kind of nefarious way. That was what Comey released in his report. To shoot down right wing. But then her going on Twitter and be like, I was in possession of 0 classified documents. And then there's been right wingers run with it. This is equivocally false. Blah 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 blah. It has been really annoying. Yeah, she's on Apple TV. Her and Chelsea. See what else we got here. Yes, let's do this one. Let's do Russell Brand on MSNBC. When did this happen? Or is it just Russell Brand telling a story? MSNBC's Morning Joe lost complete control once Russell Brand started questioning the interviewers. What the go? What the hell's going on over here? I'm like, I might have pop-ups blocked or something. Always a good possibility. This is from 2013. This is from 2013, you motherfuckers. Oh, and here is the clip. This is just like fucking Russell Brand propaganda. But you know what I do like? Cop debt. Oh. We've got a live situation over here. Let's go to it. 2 sheriff's deputies killed while serving a warrant. The suspect is barricaded. Do we... I do my best, Lady B. What do you think about the graphics? I really like the Queenie over there in the chat. We even had a special countdown tonight. What up, Carl? Yes, the Doomsday Glacier is supposedly hanging on by its fingernails. All media are asked to set up at Chatham Hill Elementary School. 2 Cobb Sheriff deputies died tonight in the line of duty while serving a warrant. SWAT and FAST teams are at the scene. Is this Cobb County, Georgia? It's been an hour. It's been long enough for us to get a live fucking feed. Some local news crews are on the scene somewhere. Some crew is. The suspect is barricaded inside the home. As of last update. Doesn't look like we have a live feed here. This is indeed Georgia where this happened.
Out, and this thing could last hours because already 2 deputies have been shot. They're not going to just rush into this and risk any other.
We got I'm
There are
fucking.
still sheriff deputies showing up. There are still other unmarked vehicles showing up. There are deputies staged here at Irwin Road.
I live for this shit. Here we go, guys. This is fucking live.
And here's the Georgia
We got a barricaded suspect situation.
Show up right now. And of course the
2 pigs already down.
They're an unmarked vehicle, so we won't be able to see them, but we do know they will be on site as well. And I mentioned EMS. You know, a lot of these SWAT teams have their own.
Sorry, Lady B.
On the SWAT team, so when they do move in, if something does go south, they can immediately get to work on an officer or a suspect. So it makes you wonder: was this just maybe a low-risk warrant where they showed up just with, as sometimes happens, 5 or 6 deputies show up, they go.
Oh,
this warrant,
that's
and
awesome.
Maybe they got ambushed. We don't know, but obviously something went wrong on this, because it's not often you hear something like this to this caliber happen anywhere really in the country, that 2 deputies are taken down on a warrant call. So
I love those
emotes. This
emotes.
training, you know for a fact that you mentioned it, and I just want to keep harping on that, because whatever escalated here.
Bad Blando got a follow based on his emotes alone. Love them.
Of course, also are armed as well, and unclear if the suspects shots were returned during that shooting.
Yeah, you mentioned the fact here, Cody, that there's a neighbor down the street who says that he heard or she heard someone on a bullhorn speaking with or yelling, giving commands to the person who may be inside that house. Do we know if that person has responded to the officers out there on the street? Any indication at all?
You know, right now we don't have a lot of information. I do want to mention my colleague Hope. She is working on the other aspect of this, the neighborhoods, and talking with witnesses. She just told me South Fulton confirms, or I should say Fulton County confirms, they are just an assisting agency at this time. So what it appears, Ron, to get back to your question about agencies involved, I believe what's happening here is likely Cobb County and Cobb County Police. They're probably the leading agencies on this since they were here, and they've called in for other agencies to assist for manpower reasons in case this thing goes throughout the night. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'll tell you, we got a picture. I'm not sure if you guys have shown it on air or on social or on the website, but you know, these homes are nice. The one that's surrounded, I mean, it's a 2-story.
These homes are nice.
5,000 square feet. That's a lot of room to cover, and that's a lot of area for these deputies to have to be on a lookout, because this suspect's going to have the upper hand on these officers who are on scene. If he's got a second floor, he could be hiding behind any window, any kind of nook and cranny in this house, unless they have a layout of this home, which again, that takes time, and we don't know if there's anybody else in this house. So, you know, as we speak, it's likely the suspect has a little bit of upper hand on these teams. Even if they do have multiple SWAT teams, that person has a clear sight of what's happening outside the house, unless maybe they've cut power and stuff like that.
Update the title.
To go into this to make sure this is resolved peacefully.
Right, you're right about that, Cody. Something else, and I'm sure tactically they're probably thinking about this, or they already have this technology.
Keep Queen graphics.
Night vision.
Go back to troll
So
graphics.
they can still see what's going on around that house. And they're probably, I'm just assuming because I don't know, I'm not there, they're probably implementing that as well to make sure that they can actually see who is inside that house and if there's any other witnesses. And just for the folks who are just getting here right now on 11 Alive Plus or the WATL, we just want to recap real quick here. The Cobb County Sheriff's Office says that
Lady B, you know as much as we do. Like, this is a live shot.
One officer was found dead on the scene. Cody, his contact, let him know that this is what was taking place, and then the other officer, the other deputy, later died at the hospital. And at this point, the suspect is still buried.
Wing graphics remain.
So that's what we know so far. That person has not given up, and we don't know the status of him as well.
That's right. Cobb County Sheriff's Office saying that this remains an active incident out there. Also telling us that the SWAT team and FAST teams are responding. Cody, who is out there on the scene, telling us from a witness that there are at least 3 different SWAT teams that have responded, as well as a plethora of law enforcement agencies from across the state coming in to lend.
I do love my graphics, though. It's like a lava lamp. I can't look away from it. Like, I get mesmerized by my own fucking graphics.
Drive is what we're told, and we also know that the GBI has been asked to come in and assist with this investigation, which will be ongoing for some time now, even after this active portion is concluded.
Yeah, and the difficult part right now, and I've lost a couple of friends with the Oakland Police Department in California, and I remember one in particular, the one that was really difficult for me to watch. It wasn't the incident itself, but it was
not by anybody. I'm like look.
And this particular officer.
I told Warlord earlier that, like, when did I ever make fun of your, like, state figures?
He had passed away. All of us officers were in the parking lot, and then his wife shows up, and his children show up. We know what happened. She doesn't know.
I mean, I might be part cat. I have the attention span of a cat.
That is the most difficult part of that situation, is telling the family members.
I do kind of just sleep whenever.
To your loved ones. You saw them this morning. Everything was fine. You guys made plans for the weekend.
Oh, I ate a sandwich and I was just like hanging out. Like, I slept for 2 hours.
They are gone, and you're dealing with that. And then your law enforcement family, your men and women in blue who serve their community.
Welcome.
And serve
a cab.
Proudly, they're dealing with that emotionally as well. They're
like, there's nobody to root for here. Like, this is like, dude might be a murdering maniac. Maybe he had a good reason to shoot at him. I don't even know. We don't know the full story here.
And we've talked about this before. As the dust settles and this comes to a conclusion, a lot of these officers who may have arrived on the scene, Jennifer, those who have witnessed what they've witnessed.
We're not seeing any cops in the live shot at the moment, so I wonder if they are
those who may have not been there
making their move now.
The emotional trauma of what has taken place tonight for weeks, months, and years to come.
And unfortunately, we have seen this play out so many times before. One good thing is that we know that the law enforcement and the surrounding community.
Marietta is such a cool area.
Step up to wrap
There's
their
this
arms
badass diner in Marietta.
This department, this agency. We've seen stories recently of back to school times with law enforcement.
I think it was on diners, drive-ins, and dives, or whatever.
Day of school, because we do know that law enforcement members will stand in the gap as they can and come to the aid and assistance of these families as they are going to be grieving and responding right now. We do want to get you to some new sound that we are just getting into the newsroom. We have been speaking with the community, some witnesses out there, our reporters on the ground. So let's take a listen to what some of the
could be somebody having mental health issues. Yeah, like, we don't know the whole story.
I know people say that a lot when they're in a kind of a scary situation like that. But now we've got fire trucks outside. We've got police cars, obviously, and then we've got ambulances, and everything's just kind of on a hold right now.
And that sound coming from a witness in that community. Obviously a very scary time for the people that also live there to watch this unfold outside their windows for several hours now. We know that Cody first got some information about this developing in the 7 o'clock hour earlier this evening. And so this has been going on for quite some time. And so clearly a very scary situation for the people that live in this neighborhood as well.
And just think about this, you're just getting off work, it's around commute time, you're coming home around 5 o'clock in the evening, 6 o'clock, whenever this incident took place. You see this army of law enforcement converge on your community, and you're wondering what is going on. What in the heck is going on? And you're talking to other neighbors, you're seeing things on social media, then later on, a couple hours later, it's confirmed that you have lost 2 of your deputies for your county. Now just keep in mind that anytime a law enforcement officer has lost their life, is not just affecting that agency.
An angel gains its wings.
Affected that entire community. You have now fired that weapon not just at that officer, but at the entire community. And now we're learning. The producer is talking NRA right now. Hope for it is live on the scene right now with reaction from citizens. Hope.
Yeah, that's right. I've been talking to a couple of people who say they are either in this neighborhood right now or they have family members in their neighborhood. A lot of them are very, very shaken right now. A lot of them are scared. One neighbor, one person that I was talking to on Twitter here, he says that his daughter and his grandson are in the house right now. I asked to talk to them. They said that they were too scared to get off of FaceTime with his wife right now. So there's a lot of people who are in that neighborhood right now who are trying to find out what's going on, who've heard what's going on, who heard those gunshots earlier today. We just heard from that neighbor that I just talked to just a few minutes ago. He was very, very shaken whenever we first got on the phone. He could barely get out a sentence, really, before while he was talking about this, just saying how shaken he is. That neighbor told me.
Oh no, Dustin, this is a wealthy neighborhood.
From the basement.
Marietta's
it sounded like fireworks, and then not too long
got
after
a lot of money
that,
in
3
there.
or 4 cop cars started to show up, and of course, then there were a dozen. And of course, now you see.
One of the first things the reporter on the scene said was like, "There's really nice houses here."
That are out here right now. That neighbor told me the house where this all took place is only about 500 yards away from where he is right now, and there's messages going around on the Hampton Glen social media pages for everyone to know, stay in your house, lock your doors, told them to turn off all the lights, which a lot of them have done. And the neighbor also told me that this is a very peaceful neighborhood. They never really have a whole lot of crime, so that's what's causing a lot of those rattled nerves right now. They just kind of don't know what to do, and not only are they scared, but they're also, obviously their hearts are going out to those 2 deputies' families right now. And then at the same time, while everything's going on in there are a lot of.
I mean, this is Cobb County. Where's Big Boss Man at?
Right now, just kind of parking.
Oh, he died 20 years ago. That's right.
Up just to see what they can see, to find out some more details. Of course,
sorry to open up that wound.
That are blocked right now. So there's just a lot of different emotions that are flying around this neighborhood right now, Ron.
Hope, is that the area where people are kind of staging while this community is still blocked off, or people that maybe hadn't made it home before this started to unfold? There are a lot of people waiting there for this scene to break to be able to go back to their homes.
Yeah, that's right. So you see all of this behind me right now. So really on the other side of our camera, a little bit farther back, is that elementary school. It's not too far away. So a lot of people there are pulling off over there. They're trying to get out. Police aren't letting them walk up any farther than we are right now. They're actually telling them, stay a little bit back. So there are a lot of people who are parked in that parking lot right now, kind of either waiting for information, waiting to get in this neighborhood, or waiting to just drive down or around these roads right now. So that's kind of become a little gathering spot for a lot of people who either want to try to get into this neighborhood, pass through it, or just find out some information.
Hope, I'm looking at your scene over your shoulder right there. I can see that some of the officers are kind of standing down. I know they're part of that perimeter there. What's the emotion like with those officers? I know they're focused on doing their jobs, but what are you sensing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's just like you said, there's a lot of focus right now. Everyone's focused on doing their part the best way they can to assist the Cobb County Sheriff's Department right now. I did confirm with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office that they are out here as well.
But usually I'd be like, don't narc, but then again, like, we don't know what's going on here.
Convoy of law enforcement vehicles going down the road just a few minutes ago, so we're not exactly sure if they were escorting anyone away at that point, but we did see there. But we see
there's only one kind of good cop, and there's 2 more of those tonight. So like
right now, so everyone is just focused on what can we do.
There's
right
that.
Now to make sure that the Cobb County Sheriff's Department can do their jobs.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It certainly does, Hope. We appreciate that report. We know that this is a situation that is not only affecting the law enforcement community, but also those that live and work in that surrounding area as well.
Yeah. Hope, thanks a lot. We're going to get back with you a little later on, Hope, and Cody as well. And, part of this deal here as well, Jennifer, is what's going on is when you see all these multiple agencies coming to Cobb County, they're also assisting what we don't see. They're also assisting going from call to call. There are people still calling about maybe a burglary report, maybe a theft report, whatever that officers normally do on a day-to-day basis. Well, those Cobb County Sheriff's deputies are tied up.
Harass people.
Maybe at the hospital where the one officer died, and they're trying to offer support to the family. Well, they want to make sure that those calls don't go unanswered, those 911 calls. So then you have other agencies come in. You may have off-duty deputies and officers who may come to that community to go to call to make sure that Cobb County and the Cobb County Sheriff's Office is represented and make sure they're taken care of.
All right. We do want to get back out to Cody Alcord, who has been out there on the scene for hours now. Cody, do you have any new information? Have you spoken with anybody new at this hour?
We don't have any new information as far as that standoff and if that suspect has brought into custody. What we understand is that it's still a fluid situation here at this hour. I can tell you, according to Flight Tracker, we do have a GSP helicopter hovering above us. So that's what you're hearing.
Good evening.
Behind the scenes is a GSP helicopter, and I can also tell you I just pass along our condolences from 11.
If you're just getting here, this is a
he is now on scene, likely
live shot
deputies, but he is right now walking right
in
by
Cobb County, Georgia.
Sign that is the sheriff who is
2
now
cops have been killed. A standoff is underway. That's really all we know.
We're sorry for your loss. He just looked and said thank you.
This is a more upscale neighborhood.
This is a heartbreaking night for him. This is on his watch. You know, when he took this job, he knew that, and this is what they do not want to ever happen. He did not want to have to go talk to those families, console those families. And while he has an active situation on his hands, now you got to think, you know,
I am
he's gonna be playing
pretty good. It's been a weird show. It's been a weird stream.
Cobb County, they're going to have to later.
Glad it's my Friday night, and then tomorrow night we got the Friday night free show. This is my last night of doing news. Then tomorrow night's the laid back show.
Come into Marietta, come into Cobb County, and pay their respects to these 2 deputies who died.
That's kind of the weekend for me, the Friday, Saturday.
But here tonight, what is happening in real time is, again, the sheriff of Cobb County now on scene, walking up to this standoff, where, as you can imagine, he wants this thing resolved fast. And we mentioned this, Ron, a lot of times they will bring those deputies.
I openly admit, it's exploitative.
Suspect. The idea,
but I enjoy shit like this. I enjoy police videos, cop videos.
That is what
I try to keep them for the show that are just, focused on criminal justice. But sometimes I'm just like, hey, we're watching this cop video just because I want to. And tonight we're doing this just because I want to.
Because they don't want their emotions to play into this when they train for this.
Other than that, we watched the video of Steve Bannon. We heard from Peter Navarro, who was filling in for Bannon on his podcast. Bannon getting taken in handcuffs. We covered the DOJ's filing, appealing the special master order, and we learned a lot about the Queen. A lot about the Queen, and then we covered Liz Truss and her first day on the job as Prime Minister. It was a very, very British-centric episode.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Cody, because if you've got 2 or 3, as you pointed out, 3 SWAT team members.
Didn't mean to point my finger at you either. That's kind of rude.
Where to go, and then also if you have support from the air, where you have the helicopter unit shining that bright light on top of that home, then yes, there's no way to run. There's just no way to get out of there. Very difficult for the.
Where's your guys' helicopter?
As they continue
Is it
through all
they're out of Atlanta, I assume.
And I'm sure you probably saw this on social media that 2 sheriff's deputies from Cobb County killed.
Come on, you got a helicopter. Give us a live shot from a helicopter
on a home, and before you know it, 1 was killed, as we were told, on the front lawn or right in front of the house, pronounced dead at the scene, and another one died later on at the hospital.
Cody, you've been following this for several hours now.
I am not so much into the Sex Pistols. I am more into Public Image Limited. I'm more into the new wave shit from John Lydon.
Yeah, I'll reset this scene for you because, again, people.
I'm not a very big punk guy.
So around 7:50, I was in the newsroom right next to you two when I got this tip. Hey, there's been an officer shot in my neighborhood. Well, we immediately started making calls. We jumped in the car. We got out here, and when we got on scene, this entire area was lined with cops. As we started getting more information, as soon as I rolled up, neighbors said, have you heard about these 2 officers? At that time, we couldn't go on the air with them, but we knew this was bad. And then within just a few minutes, the Cobb County...
As we've been watching it, there were a lot more cops out there.
Tonight in the line of duty while serving a warrant. What we don't know is the type of warrant they were serving and who the suspect is. Once that started playing out, my witness who lives on this street.
So I feel like something is going on, like since we've been watching.
Ambulance and taken to a trauma center.
Because there were a lot more cops there, and they have dissipated from the staging area.
She said a third one is now on scene.
Junior, So we've had this discussion on the show, and I'm like, what do you consider metal? Because what I consider metal, I'm not into, but apparently a lot of the bands that I love are considered metal.
We're doing our job, but also trying
Like System of a Down is considered metal or new metal or whatever. Fucking love System of a Down.
They work together. They have each other's backs. They get in situations where
Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is one of my absolute favorite bands.
And for tonight,
I think they're progressive rock, operatic progressive rock, but people call them metal. So like it depends on what people like. Metallica. I don't even think Metallica is metal. I think Metallica is more like hard rock.
in our business, and these officers do, and it really does.
I've been told like it's in the name.
Like this, and you watch how they interact.
Like, well, I've got news for you about the National Socialist Party and the Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Some of their
the Democratic People's Republic of whatever the fuck it's called.
I hate to be this blunt, but dying right there on this street. It's what people don't see because we don't get close enough. We are not a part of this culture, but a lot of times that's what happens. These deputies went into rescue mode trying to save their colleague, and they're going to walk away tonight. Why couldn't we do more? Why did this happen? What happened? It's
when someone says metal to me, I think some band from Sweden I've never heard of wearing makeup out like on a glacier somewhere with snow falling.
Sending those sentiments that yes, they're heartbroken, but they're mad. Why did this have to happen? They were serving a warrant. All this person had to do was go to jail.
I'm not into that.
Get out. But that did not happen tonight on Fenway Drive here in the Hampton Glen neighborhood in Marietta.
Yeah, that's right, Cody. You know, and we should point out, Jennifer, there's been a lot of chatter on social media, even from law enforcement officials as well. And I believe we have some of that we can put up on the screen. The GBI responding tonight, sending their condolences, as well as the Paulding County Sheriff's
Department. Don't give a shit about condolences.
As well. A lot of folks out there. This is from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. They say our condolences.
This is what happens when you don't fund your when local media becomes consolidated. They keep cutting funds.
We have another one. This coming from.
They're not properly funded. They don't have a helicopter.
Saying thoughts and prayers.
Where they can show us what's going on. I want to see.
Pray for the families and community during this.
The cops storm the house.
Seeing other messages coming in from the Paulding County Sheriff's Office saying we are heartbroken to hear about the line of duty deaths of 2 Cobb County Sheriff's Office deputies. We pray for their families as well as the men and women of the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. So we're seeing a lot of different jurisdictions, not only here, but we're also seeing some people respond on social media.
I think I swallowed some cat hair or something. It's really fucking with me.
Condolences as well as this story continues.
Or it could have been my own hair.
More and more people start to hear about what's happening.
Absolutely. Hope Ford is live on the scene as well, along with Cody, and she spoke with a lot of residents out there who are expressing their condolences as well. Hope.
Yeah, that's right. And just as you were talking about that, I'm reading some of the messages as well that are being sent to the Cobb County Sheriff's Office, the Dunwoody Police Department.
No, we want an update on what's going on.
Cobb deputies who were killed on the line of duty, obviously asking for prayers for those families right now.
Killing me.
Jennifer, as you just said, that this news really in a few short hours has really gotten outside of Georgia, and there's so many communities that are responding.
Many of you are just joining us. We are live. This is a live shot from Cobb County, Georgia. 2 cops killed. A standoff is underway.
To schedule a run on Monday or Tuesday.
And we really don't know much else.
To honor these 2 deputies. So a lot of people are heartbroken right now. As far as some of the.
So we're watching them do what's called like vamping.
But right now they're
They are killing time on air. They have no new information to tell us.
Use that terminology that right now they're just scared and they're wanting information. They're wanting to find out what is going on right now. I talked to a neighbor a little while ago who says that he's only about 500. He's in his house only about 500 yards from the house that they're.
So yeah, they're gonna kick it back and forth between the reporters. They'll go back to the anchors. The anchors will talk for another 3 or 4 minutes.
Say that a lot when they're in a kind of a scary situation like that, but. Now
we've already heard this audio once.
We've got police cars, obviously, and then we've got ambulances. And everything's just kind of on a hold right now.
Well, I mean, like, look, we're wanting to see what's going on, so of course they're covering. I'm sitting here, I can't criticize them for covering it when I'm sitting here watching it.
he originally thought was fireworks because he said it was rapid.
But they gotta fill with something, so they're giving us the live shot. Though there's nothing really to look at. We a lot of blue lights and shit. It kind of makes for a good shot.
His neighbor's yard, that from where he could see, and he said that immediately everyone, when they found out that there was a SWAT situation going on out here, that everyone started posting on that Hampton Glen social media pages to
But these things can take all night too.
Turn off the lights. And again, they're saying that this is a very peaceful neighborhood. They really don't have a lot of crime around here. So that's another layer that's kind of rattling everyone's nerves out here tonight, Ron.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
You brought this up, and we talked about this in the previous live shot that you did. So some of the witnesses, you say they heard multiple gunshots during that time?
And like, as somebody who has worked in the news business, like, these are the most fun times, to be honest with you.
Really been able to tell me they've
But
heard
like, you're at least to me, I am, and that's why I do a live show. Like, I like being like off the cuff and shit.
when he realized, no, those were gunshots.
I like being challenged live.
They might have heard.
We don't know what's coming at us. We gotta think quick on our feet. I fucking love that shit.
You're gonna be on the scene for
Thrive in that environment.
And if you're just joining us, once again, we are dealing with this breaking news story. 2 Cobb County Sheriff's deputies killed in the line of duty serving a warrant. This in the Marietta area. We understand that this is an active incident still unfolding. The SWAT and FAST teams responding. This is a look at this area. Where this happened. We understand
Oh man, I get up. I get very upset about the Seinfeld thing.
also near the McNeil Farms neighborhood. So this is
Fucking
also
loved Seinfeld.
because we know that so many law enforcement.
Larry David's like my idol.
So it's difficult to pinpoint exactly where.
If like, don't have heroes and shit, but like that's the dude that has inspired most of my work.
Scene, and so much of that area
That's
has
insane.
been locked off to people as they work to secure and end the situation peacefully.
Yeah, they're just trying to.
Are you talking about like the season finale, the
peaceful resolution? The one thing that we
the
noticed
trial?
that was very emotional, very touching, is a procession. So there was an officer, one of the officers who was killed in the line of duty, still at the crime scene. They placed that officer inside of an ambulance.
Some people might be glad they didn't see it. A lot of people hated the final episode.
Listen in.
Oh, is it mid-season? There were a couple that were like, I don't know, like, I didn't watch Seinfeld while it was on. But there are a couple that are like, the Keith Hernandez is like a 2-part episode that could be, a whole episode. I missed it. What did they say? What are we watching here? Are they leaving the scene now? Or is this from earlier and they were arriving on the scene?
Watch this procession. You see all those officers leaving the area.
They are leaving
us as well. That some of those officers place their hands over their heart, or maybe they're saluting, because many of them, just like myself, they're veterans and they serve their country. Now they're serving their community, and so they're showing respect for those officers, even if they didn't know them. That's part of their family, and that's what they're doing to show their respect.
And so many.
So we've had movement from law enforcement, so we're probably going to have
condolences tonight as well.
some sort of update here shortly.
Police commissioner saying tonight, we pray for our law enforcement partners at the Cobb County Sheriff's Office and the communities they serve in Georgia. The tragic loss of their deputies is a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers faced by law enforcement across the country. Hashtag never forget. Our Cody Alhort has been live on this scene for several hours. We want to go back to
It's the United States. Something else will happen tomorrow, and people absolutely will forget.
I just want to give you some perspective on how far-reaching this is. So I just recently came to 11 Alive from the upstate of South Carolina. I just had a state trooper from South Carolina Highway Patrol reach out to me. I've had a couple people from the Greenville County Sheriff's Office reach out to me. So you can already tell the magnitude of what has taken place here in Cobb County. We're talking
Greenville's all right.
Law enforcement officers who are working tonight in other states reacting to this. I know there are some inklings of who the suspect is. We've heard from neighbors who this person is. We're not going to go on the record with that because, again, right now, the concern is getting this guy into cuffs safely. What we do understand, and I just spoke with the person who tipped me off, who lives just a house or two down from the home where the suspect is barricaded inside. What I'm told, there was no SWAT presence before these shots rang out. Now, if you've covered these long enough, if you've been a part of this, you know that means likely this was not a high-risk offender, meaning this wasn't a murder suspect, this wasn't someone with aggravated assault or someone they thought was a threat to these officers. Now, I could be wrong, but again, that's typically what we see in these situations when you don't see a SWAT team with officers serving a warrant. They usually have a warrant service. And they'll send a couple officers out. Of course, they don't walk up.
BK's coming in here and throwing around potatoes.
And they're going to try to take this suspect into custody, let this person serve their time, and mark this warrant as served. But
I mean, I'm speculating that, because they've left the scene, or at least a contingency of them have left.
The other one pulled to safety.
But they have him in custody.
She saw the first SWAT truck come into this neighborhood here at Hampton.
Or he's dead.
So, as we piece this together with little information we have, that kind of paints the picture that, this is not going to be a high-level offender that required a SWAT team at first. But again, it's not to take away anything from these officers who are out here. They serve warrants every day like this.
It's not to take anything away from the dude that turned into the Hulk and needed a SWAT team to take him down.
We're being able to piece together as we talk to witnesses because, again, these deputies, this sheriff we saw, their first priority is not coming to talk to us. If something major was happening, they would come out here and let us know to let the community know. But right now, this is a contained scene. They have this suspect surrounded. This neighborhood, Hampton Glen, they are on lockdown. Many neighbors can't even get to their homes. GSP helicopter circling above in case somehow this person gets out and tries to run. But I assure you, with 3 SWAT vehicles and over 150 officers, multiple jurisdictions, that home is surrounded and no one's coming out. What they're trying to do...
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with we all crave, updates, but they got to fill time.
We've seen from
they don't have anything to update us with. So they speculate.
The ability to go from second floor, the attic, to a first floor, to the garage, to the attic above the garage. There's a lot of scenarios that are playing out here. And these deputies, these SWAT teams are being methodical. They train for this. They know what they're doing. But again, when you have someone that's got...
Yeah, I got the luxury of laying out, letting him talk. He's got way more
deputies.
pressure than I do.
Left to lose, Ron and Jennifer.
I'm just chilling, enjoying the standoff.
What could happen over the next few hours, but I almost bet they will take their...
Is that morbid? Enjoying the standoff.
Early morning hours, because here we are at 10:40, and we know this thing, when we got tipped off, was around the 7:30 hour this evening.
Yeah, that's right. And tactically speaking, Cody, I mean, you brought up a very important
Over
point.
3 hours has been going off.
I mean, you would think, well, the officers can just kick in the door.
Did the NFL kicked off tonight?
What they made.
Well, hell yeah, I take that as a compliment, Junior.
And making that decision, they may not want.
I am totally clipping that. This is more entertaining than the NFL kickoff. Hell yeah.
Deputies, they could be concerned if there's other.
It's not me though. It's the standoff.
That information. We don't know if there's more than one person in the home at this point, so they're going to try to wait it out. Maybe get this
not high enough for this shit.
And you said that they're already using the PA system to try to coax this person out. And so it is a waiting game. They don't have to rush in. They can take their time and methodically try to use every resource that they have to get for this guy or this person to eventually give up.
Yeah, it is a very fluid situation. And sorry, Jennifer, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this is a fluid situation, just like you were saying, Cody, because there are still questions that we don't have answers.
She's like, you read my mind. Twinsies.
served for? How did this breakdown happen that led to these officers or these deputies being killed in the line of duty? We still have a lot of information that is outstanding. And Cody, you mentioned not too long ago that speaking to us to relay this information to our viewers, that's not the top priority of the law enforcement community right now.
See, the hardest part, like if I was floor director right now, if I was behind the camera for them, I can't be cracking jokes and shit. It'd be fucking killing me. Or I'd be like sneaking over into the closet and saying them into the headset, trying to like fucking crack up the booth.
Of all of this, dealing
As
with
they're being all serious on air.
and also balancing the care that's needed for these families who won't have a loved one returning home this evening.
Absolutely, and we've talked about this before, that this is a subculture. This is a culture that's outside of the regular citizens. You know, if you use
fuck your cop worship. I'm not here for that.
Understand that every day is a risky day. Every day that they could possibly lose their life. Every day they may not see their
Not even in the top 10 most dangerous jobs.
children. They know that is
The most dangerous job. Last I checked, it could have changed in the last couple of years if new data has come out. But the last time I checked, the most dangerous job was a delivery driver. Delivery driver.
It touches everyone, and Cody talked about, and you actually read the from New York, from the state.
Well, he said he served. We reverse thread. We got that. Like he is indeed a bootlegger. Because he mentioned like, it's part of my community. Like he's feeling emotional over this.
To pay their respect, to show their support for their law enforcement brothers and sisters. I wouldn't be surprised if they came as far as L.A. or Idaho, whatever, just to make.
He goes down and does photo ops with the cops and shit and takes them donuts.
They love them as they navigate through this tragedy.
Let's get back out to
They
the
may have to stall outside a school shooting until the perv runs out of ammo.
and people in that community.
Speaking of which, there was a shooting tonight at Uvalde Memorial Park, unfortunately.
You were just talking about those
Because, you know, it's just another day.
Public Schools Police Department. He just said that he is keeping the families and co-workers of the deputies.
At least 2 people were injured and taken to the hospital. It could be as many as 6.
Condolences that are coming out to the Cobb County Sheriff's
That was the
Office.
last update as of about an hour ago.
Everything around here is kind of a little bit at a standstill. Everyone out here on this side are, really just trying to stay focused right now.
If you're just popping in, like, the cops have left the scene. A procession of like 10, 15 of them left the scene. So I'm assuming there is some movement in this case, and we'll get an update within the next 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Let's take a listen.
Cops give donuts, but good donuts are fucking awesome. Thank you, Joey. And also, I love your face. Good evening.
When I was going up the stairs of our basement into our kitchen, I heard, it sounds like fireworks, and then I saw about 3 or 4 cop cars come, and then I just heard more of them coming, and then there was probably, I would say, at least a dozen cops.
Let's get an update on the situation in Uvalde then.
And you heard that neighbor talking about what he thought was, those fireworks, and then whenever he saw those law enforcement vehicles start to pull up, that's when he realized.
See if I can get the most up-to-date I can here.
That it did, of course, sound like it was rapid fire. It was all kind of a blur, is what he said. And he said that, people in that community, they were posting on their social media pages trying to tell everybody, hey, stay in your house, lock the doors, turn off the lights, which is what they're doing right now. So he says that they've been in the same situation, kind of waiting for more information, kind of waiting for all of this to end, as everyone out here is waiting for that right now. Called it a peaceful neighborhood, said they don't have a lot of crime right now, so there are a lot of rattled nerves.
We'll turn you guys down for just a second. We'll come over here. Police respond to reported shooting at Uvalde Memorial Park with 2 injured victims. Police in Uvalde, Texas, where a gunman killed 19 students and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary, said they were investigating a shooting at Uvalde Memorial Park on Thursday evening. 2 juveniles were injured and being treated at San Antonio hospitals, according to a statement from Uvalde police. The Texas Department of Public Safety said the shooting is suspected to be gang-related. 4 suspects were in custody for questioning Thursday night. Governor Greg Abbott said Thursday evening he was dispatching 6 additional state trooper units to Uvalde to coordinate anti-gang efforts with city authorities. That's all we really know over there, too.
Difficulties. You have to keep in mind here, folks, that when we're going live, especially since we've been live for the past...
Oh, my God, Joey. There's a cop situation going on next door to you? Wow.
Batteries go out.
Somebody, good evening. Welcome.
What's so difficult about this entire situation?
Hey guys, if you're new here, just joining us, rated in with somebody. If one of my peeps over here in my chat can shout out somebody. If you're new here, my name is Justin FREAKIN. I do a nightly news show. I know it doesn't really look like it. We like to have a little fun here, even though we're talking about the fact that 2 deputies were killed. This is a live shot out of Georgia. We'd finished up the news. And we're just like fucking around now, and I like sometimes watching exploitative police video like this. There's a standoff going on in Cobb County, Georgia. 2 deputies are dead. There is a suspect barricaded in a house. It's a kind of an upscale neighborhood in Marietta, Georgia. We believe there's been some movement. 10, 15 cops left the scene about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Other than that, they're really not giving us any updates. The TV station is just vamping for time, so I was telling everybody kind of how TV stations work and what would be going on behind the camera, and because I'd be like trying to crack up the production team and shit. But normally we would be doing an actual rundown of the news. Tonight we watched Steve Bannon in cuffs. We got a history of the Queen. We covered Liz Truss's first day as PM. Watched some of Prime Minister's questions. What else did we do? We talked about the DOJ appeal of the special master order. And to sum up my political leanings, I can do it in one phrase. I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye, pussy, sir. That's the rundown, and now we're fucking around, and I'm not high enough to watch this standoff coverage from 11 Alive out of Atlanta, Georgia.
On the record about these 2 deputies, obviously.
405 Natasha. I love your face. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
And obviously we're respecting the officers who are out here. Right now, the main focus is making sure everyone who is on scene now goes home safely to their families, because for these 2 deputies, they are not getting that courtesy tonight, all due to one man's senseless act tonight to open fire. And the question is, really,
we don't have much information about this situation.
Dry, because
we don't know what the warrant was for. We just know that they were serving a warrant.
So often
they have speculated that it wasn't for any kind of major infraction, because it was just, it was like 2 deputies pulling up in a cruiser.
Routine stop. There's no such thing as a routine call, because what we saw here today proves that theory. This was a warrant call. They do it every day. But
if they thought there was going to be immense danger,
this call,
it would have been more backup. But apparently it was just a couple of cops.
Routine in this line of work.
Yeah, that's right. I remember
pulling up in a cruiser, serve a warrant in a nice neighborhood.
Several car chases. I've served several warrants or multiple warrants before, but you always go back, Cody and Jennifer, to the training that you had in the academy, the training that you did every single year to make sure you're.
He says he served warrants. I don't know if he was like an MP in the military, because he said he served. He said he served in the military. But he made no mention of being a cop.
It just doesn't.
So he might have been an MP or some shit.
And obviously, this is what happened here. That regardless of the amount of training, regardless of the amount of repetition, things can.
Please, if you've got them, smoke them. Smoke them if you got them.
We are still waiting for additional information from the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. All we have so far is that 2 Cobb County Sheriff's deputies were killed in the line of duty while serving a warrant, and that the SWAT and FAST teams are responding. We know that there is a suspect barricaded in this situation, and that's pretty much the extent of what we have been told. We also know that they are saying that this does remain an active incident, and they are continuing to work it. This map kind of gives you a better idea of where this is taking place. Cody and our Hope Ford out there on the scene near Fenwick Drive near Irwin.
Those of you not familiar with the area, is north of Atlanta. south of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
So many law enforcement agencies from
Probably
across
about
the
an hour and 15 south of Chattanooga, Tennessee on 75 there.
for support at this time as they are dealing with
3 hours, 3.5 hours south of.
and with this standoff situation on top of needing to respond to other incidents.
I'm way off on that. I'm not going to say that. I'm way off on that.
Across this jurisdiction. Again, we are waiting for additional information to come from our
40 minutes north of Atlanta, though.
to give us anything.
30 minutes, depending on how you catch traffic.
Us not too long ago that the sheriff had responded or had returned to that scene.
Yeah.
We believe he may have been there earlier. We believe he may have been potentially offering.
I hate driving in Atlanta.
Who have lost loved ones, and so we are waiting.
Like 24-lane roads. It's so fucking huge.
Those updates as we get them. Meanwhile,
Bumper to bumper.
We've been hearing from witnesses.
At like all fucking times of it. Like I like to drive at night. I prefer driving at night. There's not that many people on the road.
But something else that we should point out, because you
driving out of Atlanta at 2 o'clock in the morning is no different than driving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Then they have to start to deal with the grieving process, and they began that tonight. We witnessed that.
I don't give a shit about the grieving of the cops.
11 Alive Plus, and that's when they loaded up the body of one
I'm
of those
strictly here to gawk, sir.
Put them inside the ambulance, and then a procession left where that officer was killed. And we have that video. Let's listen in and watch.
Oh, so I was wrong about them leaving the scene. This procession was actually them loading up one of the dead cops. I mean, like, I was right about them leaving the scene, but this is the reason why. I must have been talking my nonsense over it. I was back on my bullshit.
As you can see, a lot of emotion there. Some of the officers having their hands over their hearts, some of them saluting as well. And we pointed this out before, if you're just joining us, that many of them
I salute you.
not just in law enforcement, but possibly in the military, showing their respects for their brothers and sisters in blue.
And we've talked a lot about that respect and those condolences that are pouring in from not just across the state of Georgia, but across the country as well. Here's a message from the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, them sending this out on Twitter, saying our condolences go out to the Cobb County Sheriff Craig Owens and the Cobb County Sheriff's Office after the loss of 2 deputies tonight in the line of duty. Another message coming in from the city of South Fulton's police department saying thoughts and prayers are with our law enforcement family at the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. Pray for the families and community during this difficult time. We're also hearing.
I was kind of feeling a little peckish, so I'm glad they sent us some tots and pears.
The line of duty deaths of 2 Cobb County Sheriff's Office deputies. We pray for their families as well as the men and women.
Tater tot is not my favorite
on Facebook this
type of potato snack, but it'll do in a pinch.
We mentioned from across the country as well. This from the New York City Police Commissioner saying tonight we pray for our law enforcement partners at the Cobb County Sheriff's Office and the communities they serve in Georgia. The tragic loss of their deputies is a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers faced by law enforcement across the country. So these messages are just.
Once again, usually we're watching police videos for criminal justice purposes. Tonight, this is all exploitative.
The situation has continued to unfold.
You know, Jennifer, one thing that we haven't shown our viewers out there, but we can see it on other monitors that
we're gawking
within the studio.
We're doing a little rubbernecking.
Some of these officers who are walking around the crime scene, and we're not showing it just to show respect for them. And you can tell that they're grieving. You can tell that they're really saddened by what has happened. Rightfully so, obviously so, but it really hits home for them that they're going through what they're going through right now. And I'm sure many of them are consoling each other, speaking with each other, trying to let them know that they're going to get through this together. Cody Alcorn, who's been on this story from the very beginning, you broke this, I would say, right after.
Yeah, they got 2 reporters on the scene.
From one of your contacts out there. What are you seeing now, Cody?
Ron, I think this is the sheriff walking up this direction, I believe, and I'm just going to see if we can confirm if this is over or not. Give me 1 second here.
Here we go. We might be getting some information here.
It's resolved yet? No, sir. Okay, so we can.
No,
confirm
sir.
This is not resolved yet. So this is an ongoing situation. So no resolve here on Fenwick Drive as far as the standoff with this suspect who tonight has killed two.
Resolution has yet to be reached.
Drive, somewhere around the 7 o'clock hour. To reset, if you're just joining us, I know Ron and Jennifer have been talking about this, but they were serving a warrant here at a home on Fenwick Drive when obviously something went south and this suspect opened fire, hitting both of these deputies, which also makes you wonder what kind of weapon does this guy have, because
it's Georgia, like open carry state, right?
Pulled out to a neighbor's house. That's where they were working on this deputy for quite some time, because I got the tip at 7:55 is when I got this text. I was on the road almost to Marietta when the same person said they just loaded this deputy in and they are hauling out of the neighborhood, being escorted to the trauma center. So obviously this suspect had a good line of sight and was able to hit these deputies, and it really does make you wonder what happened. Was this an ambush type thing? Did this guy have any idea they were going to show up? That's what we want, a few answers to, and we'll get those in the coming days, because again, right now, for the sheriff and for these men and women, their main focus first is to get this suspect into custody, and then of course these families and what's going to come in the days, weeks, and months to come. Now there are more law enforcement heading our way in this roundabout.
We're gonna find out it's like Sidney Powell or Linwood, one of those fucks.
As a resolution here, there's a lot of things happening. A lot of these deputies will be going to help with other families of these deputies as well who were killed here in this shooting tonight. There's a lot of different aspects of the investigation ongoing now. So the other thing,
I'm strictly speculating there, trying to tie it back into
while there's probably 150 plus officers here,
the news going on with the investigation in Georgia,
in Cobb County, that have to be answered. And that's another thing. I would not be surprised if other agencies have signed up to assist.
Yeah, meat cakes. Every time I hear Cobb County, I think about Big Boss Man.
Another deputy's car pulling in. So that's the other thing we should look at is, they still have to answer calls tonight in emergencies throughout Cobb County while dealing with this as well.
That's right. Me and Jennifer were talking about that. I remember as a young officer, and when we had someone go down, then
so he was a cop
in our city, and they would.
Well, sir, ACAB means you too,
or burglary or whatever, because the citizens still have to be serviced.
That's right. And Cody, we see some people in the background.
I got your servicing over here.
Live in that community? Do you have any idea?
You live in
are
sexual
these people
anarchy.
Just walking over from that staging area since this community.
Some of the people that are watching for the first time is like, what the fuck did I walk into?
Do you have somebody
Jennifer,
there to
Ron,
speak
real
with
fast.
you?
Awesome beard, dude.
I do. So this young man just walked by me. You tell me you actually landscape for this suspect.
Yeah.
What I don't want to identify anybody here, so don't use any names, but you just walked up from here. So what can you tell us about this neighborhood and this home where this is happening?
I mean, it's just a really shocking thing, because it's a really calm neighborhood. It's, you don't imagine these type of things in these neighborhoods. I actually do cut their house. They seem like really nice people, but I mean, you don't imagine these type of things just coming out here. It's just like a sad thing what's going on.
They seem like really nice people. Is this a hostage situation? Does he have more? Is it more than just him in the house?
They just killed two cops. I won't lie to you. I was in that neighborhood cutting a house earlier. Luckily, it's now we're nowhere near in that neighborhood. It's right close to the exit. But I mean, again, I was in that neighborhood, and you can't just imagine. I thank God I was out that neighborhood, before everything happened. So.
And thankfully you weren't there when this happened. Did you hear the gunshots? How did you find out what was going on in Fenwick Drive?
Actually, I was heading to get dinner with my girlfriend. I just see a bunch of cops, bam, bam, a whole bunch of cops. I noticed one almost flipped over, because I was like, man, this has to be like a really big. So I'm just.
If I was a reporter, I'd be like, were you going to take her for Thai food? And that's the reason why I was never a reporter.
Sadly, it had to be something that's right behind us. I mean, I hate to. I send out my condolences to that family, the two families that lost their loved ones. It's just, I don't have any words for it.
And again, I don't want to name any names, because again, we do not know this person, and we have to confirm all of that. But what can you tell us? Is this a family that lives there? Is it a single person, married?
again, I won't say any names. It's a mom with 2 kids. You know, well, not kids, they're grown up. You know, they're in their early, late 20s. But I mean, again, they seemed really nice.
In their late 20s. That's not really kids.
You know, they always. I got to the house. They always came out with water bottles. Gave me water bottles. That's about it. And you know, I went about my day. We had some small little talks, and that's it. They never seemed like they were these type of people.
And have you heard, is anybody in the house with this person?
No, I have not heard anything. I have not.
They have gendered the suspect as a male.
Thank you. You as well. Good night.
And again,
this guy said a mom and her 2 sons.
There. That was the landscaper who's in the neighborhood as well. So that's mine. Yeah, thank you guys. So again, you can see a lot of people just trying to figure out what's going on as well. And for that young man, what a tragic event to be cutting lawn, then all of a sudden be surrounded with law enforcement like this. And again, so we don't know much about this, but you heard him say it's a mother with 2 grown kids. So if you you look at this, it could be one of those individuals, because we were told it was a man. So I want to go back to you guys right now.
All right, Cody, thanks a lot for that update, and thanks a lot for being able to speak with that neighbor to give us a better perspective of what actually took place.
Again, we do have limited information this evening, but what we do know from the Cobb County Sheriff's Office is that 2 Cobb County Sheriff's deputies have been killed in the line of duty serving a warrant. The SWAT and FAST teams are on the scene of what's still an active situation. A standoff with the suspect here. We'll, of course, continue to follow this for you throughout the evening and on 11alive.com and on 11 Alive News at 11.
Wait, they're dumping out?
For joining us. Remember, you can always get the latest information on 11 Alive Plus and inside our 11 Alive News app.
Are they gonna keep a live stream up? Well, I wasn't expecting them to dump out. Like, isn't this your usual news time? Or wouldn't you normally be doing the news right now? Like, what? Maybe they're one of the stations, maybe if they're like a Fox station, their news is 10 o'clock. That's always possible. And if you're in the Central Time Zone, it's on at 9 o'clock. Your evening news is on at 9 o'clock on a Fox station. That always tripped me out. So yeah, that's what we got on the situation. I was hoping we were going to get a resolution. I was hoping we were going to get to see what happened. Fortunately not. Let me, I mean, like, it hasn't changed much, Dustin. It hasn't changed. And, like, I haven't had a TV service. The only time I had cable was when I was in college, just because, like, the college had its own cable system. So I had, some channels there. I never watched it anyway, because, like, I watched shit on the PlayStation. I had streaming services. But the only reason I know is because, I was on the TV, or I wasn't on TV. They don't put this on TV. I made TV happen. I used to get the way I do some funny graphics for the Troll Patrol. I used to do some funny graphics for the news. I never got the credit for it. We had some stupid story about a drunk umpire one time, and like I had like a drunk dude, like he had like a beer in his hand, and I put a baseball mitt like next to him, and the ball was rolling down. And shit. Like, it looked really good. Because I make some funny thumbnails for my YouTube clips. This one cracked me up with Ted Cruz ranting about queer literature and me putting Pluto on top of Mickey over here. Or the South Carolina lawmaker who thought kids were old enough to get married, but not old enough to get birth control. And then my favorite's the Jimmy Dore. I love that Jimmy Dore artwork with the angry troll. Fun stuff. I don't want to cut away. I want to know what happens. But also, like, I know that's not exactly entertaining for you guys. And hey, if you're not following, give us a follow. Become a freaking follower. I haven't decided if I want to continue doing just bullshit stories for another 45 minutes, and then we'll raid into the now space. I think I got the time right. Echoplex isn't on yet. Because it's the Thursday night, and it's Scientology, Satanic Panic, it's Media Winch, it's Producer Dave. And you know you want me to keep you company until that goes down. I wasn't gonna do it, but I mean, I've already been on this long, so why the fuck not? So actually, I'm gonna take a pee-pee break and refill my drink. I'll hit the commercials on the Twitch, so you guys won't have any commercials for the rest of the time, and then I'll come back. We'll dig into my vault of stories that I have saved. We'll find some weird shit. Who knows what the fuck we'll talk about on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Hi, I'm Justin FREAKIN. I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. support my Patreon, where I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it, even though this video exists. And you know I'm right, so give me your money or I'm selling you out. I owe you a new meme. This was the meme that I started the show with. I make the promise that every time I come back from commercial break, I throw down on a new meme. We get a meme of the day at the start of the show. This was it. So my apologies that I did not have time to pull up a new meme. Do I have a new meme for you? I have to go into the meme vault. I gotta scroll down. And then if I scroll down, I gotta make sure it's timely, alright? So if it's something that was going on. Here, this is a good meme. You really think I'm shoplifting? Relax, I'm just urban foraging. Mother Earth made food as a free gift for us all. Grab that steak, honey. I would like to see Bryan Danielson as champion, but apparently it's going to be Moxley against MJF at Full Gear or whatever the hell it's called. I don't know. I'm just kind of like CM Punk is like my favorite wrestler ever. This is twice he has won the title and then vacated it days later. The word is that he's not coming back, that he's like fat chance he's gonna be back in AEW. So it's a weird situation. They did not mention him, Kenny Omega, the Bucks, anybody on the show last night. I don't know. For the longest time, I thought it was a work, but apparently it's totally not a work. But who knows with that company? It could still be a fucking work. I don't fucking know. CM Punk not that cool, sorry. I thought him telling off the Bucks while eating the muffins after the match was hilarious. That was cracking me up. He's just like licking his finger from eating muffins. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm down with it. Let me see what I got. Let me see what I got in the vault for you here. No, not that. I gotta go somewhere. I got too many tabs. I got too many memes. I got too much shit open right now. Let me go over. Let me see what I got on Facebook. Probably got some Charlie Kirk or some. Here, this. I didn't know if I was gonna save this for the Freak Show or not. Do we have video of this? This is gonna be fantastic. Once again, if you're new to the stream, I have a very structured show that I do, but we're way past that. Now I'm just bullshitting. Killing time until we go over to producer Dave and Media Winch in about 45 minutes. We're going to crash some Echoplex Media. But I'm going to keep you entertained, so don't worry. Las Vegas police woman tells officers she was under arrest due to her good looks. They arrested this woman because she is so good looking. And Las Vegas, that reminds me, we got to talk about the journalist that was killed. Oh my God, they've taken somebody into custody, and of course, it was a local official that the journalist was investigating. Las Vegas Metro Police said they arrested a woman for reportedly skipping out on a restaurant tab and violating airport rules, who told officers she was under arrest because she was so good looking, an arrest report said. Now, granted, an arrest report said it, and I will tell you from firsthand knowledge, cops lie. However, like, that's kind of funny. Hind Bastami faces a charge of violating airport conduct, which sounds like bullshit to me. Police said they were called to a Chili's restaurant in Harry Reid International Airport on Wednesday for a report of a woman who had left without paying her bill. She fucking stiffed a Chili's. Come on. Police searched for the woman, later identified as Bastami, but could not find her. Soon after, officers working D gates were notified by TSA that a female matching that description was observed sleeping near the security checkpoint, hindering their operations. Officers later found Bastami in the baggage claim area where she was belligerent with officers, saying she was being harassed because cops had never seen anyone as pretty as her. While officers were arresting her, Bastami said that she was going to spit on all the officers and the officers were perverts. That might be true, and they were trying to rape her because they had never seen anyone as good looking. Hey, maybe she knows something about the cop statistics and how it's actually legal to rape people who are in custody in over 20 states. Maybe she's aware of these facts. So I'm laughing about because like I could just imagine like her being belligerent and everything, but the woman has a point. There are underlying statistics that I could cite that back up her position. Good reason to spit on cops. Yes, Las Vegas. Let's go local news here. I mean, it should be like a top headline, right? Is this the story? So this is, investigators may have needed more time to make sure they had everything they needed to prosecute Robert Tells. Former Clark County District Attorney David Rogers said in an interview with 8 News, I don't know what that means. In any case like this, in any murder case or high-profile case, we need the Clark County Public Administrator Robert Tells, 45, was arrested on Wednesday on an open murder charge in connection with the stabbing death of a local reporter, 69-year-old Jeff German. We did that story on Monday or Tuesday. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police conducted a warrant search on Tells' home on Wednesday. We didn't do it on Monday because it was Labor Day. Taking a vehicle, hat, and shoes that matched the description of a suspect they were looking for. Shortly after he was interviewed at Metro headquarters, Tells was allowed to return home at 2 p.m., wearing just a white paper suit after police took his clothes for testing. Just after 4 p.m., officers returned to his home to arrest him, leading to a 2-hour standoff before he was taken into custody to University Medical Center with a self-inflicted stab wound and later booked into the Clark County Detention Center. Wow! There are rules and laws in place which say that a person can be detained for a certain period of time. Once that period of time is over, a decision must be made whether to formally arrest that person. This is according to DA Steve Wolfson. At that time, we felt that there was not sufficient evidence to continue to detain him. So this is that story about the detainment and shit. Let's get the local news hit.
So far emerging, our Heather Mills sat down with retired District Attorney David Roger to learn more about how police are conducting this investigation.
Let me ask you this, because the sheriff mentioned that there might be some grainy video which may show the actual violent crime, and this is a violent crime, but they're saying, you know, with DNA evidence, with this straw hat that they found in the house, with a bloody shoe, they don't have the murder weapon. Do they need that to make this case ironclad?
No, they don't know murder. They don't need the murder weapon. Mm-hmm. They know how Jeff Garriman was killed. The medical examiner will be able to say that he was stabbed to death.
Apparently it's Gearman. I was calling him German.
Tell us to the crime, and
so my apologies. I've been getting his name wrong.
With the fact that
make this case ironclad.
No, they don't know him, or they don't need the murder weapon. They know how Jeff Garriman was killed. The medical examiner will be able to say that he was stabbed to death. All they need to do is link Tellis to the crime, and with the fact that they have video of someone who matches his description, who has a similar gait as him, the fact that that person is seen driving away in a vehicle that it appears to be similar to his vehicle, the fact that they have him washing his vehicle right after the press conference in which they announced that that was a person and a vehicle that they were looking for. They have,
dead giveaway there. It's
been reported, and I don't know, that they have Mr. Garriman's DNA connected to Tellis. At the time of an autopsy, they will take fingernail scrapings to determine whether there's DNA under the fingernails, and if they have Mr. Tellis's DNA under Jeff Garriman's fingernails, that's pretty good evidence. So they don't need a murder weapon. It'd be nice to have it, but it's not necessary.
There you have it. Wow, what a wild story. So this is Robert Tellis. You're looking at him here. He looks like a savory individual. Hate to judge somebody by their looks.
Has additional insight.
We already did the Queen. Did I do the Queen?
You live in sexual anarchy?
Should I save this for Sunday? I should save this for Sunday. I'll save that for Sunday. We didn't have anybody with a cool nickname tonight that I remember. Did we have any cool nicknames tonight? 2 nights ago, it was Old Bacon Face. Old Bacon Face is Samuel Chase, the first and only Supreme Court justice to be impeached. It happened in 1805. He was not impeached. I mean, he was impeached. He was not convicted in the Senate. Remained on the bench until his death. Known as Old Bacon Face. Yesterday, we had Fat Leonard. Fat Leonard was a Navy contractor that was embezzling from the Navy, and he is now on the run. I'm still saving that for the freak show. I almost did the Britney Spears story a day or two ago, whenever it was a thing that she said she no longer believed in God. But then when I went to put the story on the list, it was like that. It was like a phone call with her kid, or like it was some family drama where she was admitting like she didn't believe in God or some shit. And I'm like, I don't want to. No, family drama is too much. Yeah, let's talk about Serena Williams coming under fire from tennis legend Margaret Court. I had never heard of Margaret Court, but this pick-me bitch is upset that her name isn't mentioned anytime someone brings up Serena Williams for some reason. Serena Williams comes under fire from tennis legend Margaret Court, who said Williams has never admired her. You can see a photo of Williams with Court. Margaret Court, the most decorated tennis player ever, hit out at Serena Williams in a rare interview. Serena, I've admired her as a player, Court said, but I don't think she has ever admired me. Now, the thing about Court being the most decorated tennis player ever is apparently a hell of a lot of her wins came before like the modern era where like it had the structure of like the Open and shit, as I understand the story. And that most people that know anything about tennis believe that Margaret, who, by the way, you're going to find out is a pretty raging homophobe and transphobe. Margaret over here couldn't play with current players. And I'm going to assume she's kind of racist since, like, you know, she's raising this kind of a fuss. Serena, I've admired her as a player, Court said, but I don't think she's ever admired me. Court also criticized Williams for not congratulating her Open opponent after the final match of her career. Court, 80, holds the all-time record for Grand Slam singles titles with 24, one more than Williams. Well, on Saturday played what she said will be the last match of her career. Last month, Williams was asked about the potential of matching Court's Grand Slam record before retiring. Williams replied, "I've already broken the record," seeming not to acknowledge Court's larger number of titles. Yes, she's from Turf Island, if you'd like to call it that. Merkin, good evening. Court won 13 of her 24 titles before the Open era began in 1968. So Serena actually has surpassed her numbers. I would love to have played in this era. I think it's so much easier, she added. How I would love to have taken family or friends along with me, but I couldn't. I had to go on my own or with the neutral team or with the national team. People don't see all that. What the fuck? We didn't have psychologists or coaches with us. It's a whole different world. That's what disappoints me, that players today don't honor the past of the game. The Australian also hit out at Williams for not congratulating her opponent. On top of criticizing Williams, Court also opened up on being ostracized by the wider tennis community. Let's hear why. Court is a pastor in Australia and has previously spoken out against same-sex marriage and called transgender children the work of the devil. She also once praised the apartheid-era government in South Africa. Her comments have seen her come under fire from many within the sport, including Tennis Australia, where there has been widespread calls from tennis fans from Melbourne Park's Margaret Court Arena to be renamed. So, what a boomer. What a boomer. Well, I don't know, 80. 80 might be older than a boomer. Once again, we run into this where, like, I wanted to call Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden boomers, and they're fucking older than boomers. They're fucking older than boomers. Craziness. What else have I got over here? I don't want to do that. I want something more fun. This is your brain on CNN. Let's see what this is. This is Charlie Kirk. I get a lot of Charlie Kirk post shit non-fucking stuff. I mean, it's a great social media strategy. That's why I end up with so many clips that are reposted by Charlie Kirk. This is probably something fucking old.
Is this unprecedented to arrest a former president for not turning in documents?
Former president that had
old.
This many provable criminal acts.
But what are the provable criminal acts, I guess?
Provable criminal acts. Well, I'm done talking.
Yeah, he's not a prosecutor. I mean, he was in possession of classified documents he was not allowed to be in possession of. Any other person in the United States would be hauled off immediately. Show material. I can't not save that for the Freak Show. That has to be Freak Show. This is dystopian. This is fucking dystopian. I can't, this never fit in with anything I was talking about. California, anytime in the past week, California school district asked parents to rent rooms to teachers who can't afford housing. What? Well, if your teachers can't afford housing in the district that they need to be teaching in, There's a solution for that. You pay the teachers more money. A school district in California is asking students' parents to house educators due to increased costs for housing near their schools. The Milpitas Unified School District sent out online forms to parents in the district that read, "Do you have a room for rent? Please fill out this form for our MUSD educators who are seeking a room to rent. Will be notified." The rest is up to you. Milpitas. That makes more sense. I said it like a fucking Appalachian hillbilly. Milpitas. According to the Washington Post, 10 teachers from the Milpitas Unified School District quit their jobs at the end of June because they simply could not afford to pay for housing in the area near the schools. These teachers ended up finding jobs in areas where the cost of living is cheaper. Milpitas. God damn, I'm fucking it up now. Oh, speaking of pee, I'd give anything to piss in Dan Crenshaw's hole. Just making sure you guys know. Maybe one of you will get it for me for Christmas. It'll be Christmas before you know it. I'll be breaking out the Christmas graphics. We'll be listening to the Christmas intro song I've got. It'll be so much fun. But I only do Christmas graphics for 2 weeks. You know, like, it's not a whole month of December thing. I ain't putting the poinsettias up the whole fucking month of December. No. You get Halloween is like the week of Halloween. I'll do Halloween graphics. I do the pumpkin. It's got the candle inside. It looks really fucking cool. Get the Christmas graphics for 2 weeks before Christmas. You get the Thanksgiving graphics for like the 2 days. You get Thanksgiving, maybe the Wednesday before and the Friday after. You get 2 days of Thanksgiving graphics. I made beef Wellington last year. It was awesome. A brilliant psychology professor explains far left's mass formation psychosis. This. Oh, no. Before we do that, let's do this. Police chief fired for hiring a prostitute. No, police chief arrested for hiring a prostitute.
Local deputy will soon face a judge after being accused of trying to hire a prostitute. This is Deputy.
There is nothing wrong with trying to hire a prostitute. We are very pro sex work on this stream. However, this is one of those issues where, like, when you're a cop and you're breaking the law and, like, you're holding people to a smellpatus, are you just making fun of it? And you're holding people to a standard that you yourself don't adhere to. Like, it makes it different.
He works for Cartersville Police. He was arrested in Florida and is now on administrative leave.
It do though. Media winch. I'm keeping everybody company until you guys come on. I'm just bullshitting now. I had a pretty good show for the first hour or 2 hours. Now I'm just chewing along. We were watching a live standoff, but then the live feed just kind of cut out. They were just like, "We'll see you later, guys." Yuck.
And we do come on the air with this.
This is the standoff I was talking about.
These are confirmed dead. They were on duty this evening serving a warrant. Thanks for being with us. I'm Wendy Corona.
And I'm George.
But I don't think we have any new information on this. So I'm just kind of going down through my list of shit. Yeah, let's watch this brilliant professor tell us about our mass formation psychosis. We have mass formation psychosis, and this brilliant professor is going to tell us about it.
It seemed completely demented like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, last year. Ideas like
I'm sorry. I am so fucking sorry. I did not know Tucker Carlson was a part of this. I guess I should have known. It did look like his set. Content warning, you gotta see Tucker Carlson's face.
Anyone who disapproves of castrating children. Suddenly these ideas are at the center of American society. They're, quote, mainstream. How
Nobody's castrating children, you dumb fuck.
A phenomenon called mass formation describes perfectly what happened. To learn more about what that is and what its consequences are, we sat down with probably the smartest person we have ever interviewed in over 30 years of doing interviews.
Wow. Well, I think that speaks volumes about the quality of your
We can only play a few minutes here. The rest
interviews.
Is well worth watching, well worth reading his book. But here's a portion.
The mass formations became stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the last few hundreds of years. And that's interesting because it's because in the first half of the 20th century, the masses became so strong that, led by certain leaders, they could seize control of the state apparatus. And that's how totalitarian states emerge.
Yes.
Totalitarian states, Hannah Arendt says, are always a diabolic pact between the masses and their leaders. It's a diabolic pact between the masses and their leaders, and in this way, like a completely new kind of state emerges, which is completely different from a classical dictatorship. In a classical dictatorship, there is a small group of people, a dictatorial regime, who has such an aggressive potential that people are so scared of them that they can impose unilaterally their social contract to society. Yes. But the totalitarian state emerges in a completely different way. In a totalitarian state, there is first the process of mass formation, which is a process through which a certain part of the population, usually about 30%, fanatically starts to believe in a certain ideology. And this phenomenon can be created artificially through indoctrination.
In this country, about 30% of the population is what some people might call semi-fascist. Dark Brandon called it semi-fascist the other day. Others might call it MAGA. Trump supporters. I think you're describing them, aren't you?
Propaganda.
And just to pause, you think that number can be as low as 30%?
Yes, usually it is not higher than 30%. Yes.
That's scary.
That's scary because, yes,
interesting.
60 or 65% of the people who do not really go along with the narrative, but who will never speak out, who will always choose the easy way and go along with the people, with this group of people that seems to have the loudest voice. And that's why in the end, up to 95% or even sometimes even more, go along with the totalitarian narrative, with the narrative that led to the mass formation. And there is then an additional 5% that doesn't go along with it, that tries to speak out. And that's extremely important. If you understand the mechanism of mass formation, if you really understand it, then you know what this small group should do. If it makes the wrong analysis, it will be destroyed in the end. The chance is very high that it will be destroyed.
So Tucker and his audience believe they're the 5% that are speaking out against the 30%, which just happens to match up with the number of people that support Trump. Like the hardcore MAGA Republicans is about 33% of the country. Just happens to match up with that. But they think they're part of the small minority that's speaking out as they are on this cable news network that serves as the propaganda arm of the Republican Party in a wooden room.
If it starts from the correct analysis, it will survive. That's why it is so extremely important to understand how this mechanism works. Because I've just mentioned that mass formation makes individuals completely blind for everything that goes against what the group believes in. But there is two other characteristics that are also extremely important. And the first one is that when people are in the grip of mass formation, they seem to lose all awareness of their individual interests. They are prepared to radically self-sacrifice. That's extremely strange. And then the third
But he is like so summarizing like Trump and his movement.
Intolerant for dissonant voices.
Yes.
And in the ultimate stage of the mass formation, they will start to destroy.
What is so wild to me is like, yeah, at the first minute of this, I want to be like, that's complete word salad. That didn't mean anything. But the more he talked, the more I'm like, he's describing Trump like to a T. everything he says is describing Trump. Because, like, at first I'm like, this is just like vague descriptions and appeals about totalitarianism. But it's so wild that it just matches up so perfectly to Trump.
Who doesn't go along with the masses, and they will do so as if it is their ethical duty to do so.
So the point is that every totalitarian movement in history, French Revolution, the Soviets, the Nazis, Mao, all of them began with mass formation. Totalitarianism is the end stage of mass formation, and mass formation is what we're seeing now.
I agree with Tucker. I don't agree with his premise. No. How do I want to say that? I don't agree with the reasoning behind his premise, but I totally agree with his premise. I'm going to keep you guys company for another like 10 minutes, and then we're going to go hang out with Echoplex Media. Trying to find us some more fodder here. I'm getting a little kind of far back in my I mean, it's only a couple days. So I'm going kind of far back here. I'm saving that for the freak show. I'm gonna give you guys the rundown on student loans because like it's not open yet, but like some of the information about what you need to do is trickling in. I saw Talia Jane actually, the reporter, talk about how like she had contacted her loan distributor and like already talked to them, but I'm like, I don't think it's open until October. We did that story. We talked about Leonardo DiCaprio and him dumping his girlfriends when they get too old. Oh yeah, let me go over here to Twitter. I got something to say. There was something I wanted to talk about. There's always something I want to talk about. I'm constantly wanting to run my mouth. Oh, Michigan abortion rights. Yeah, hold on. I don't have a news story on it. That's the actual court decision. This is going to put abortion rights on the ballot. We talked about this the other day. In Michigan, they had until tomorrow to make that decision. Michigan abortion ballot measure will be put to voters in November. The Michigan Supreme Court on Thursday ordered a proposal enshrining the right to an abortion in the state's constitution to be added to the November ballot, ending a partisan feud that unexpectedly erupted when a state board refused to approve the question last week. The decision from the state's highest court came after a four-member Michigan Elections Board deadlocked over whether to allow the initiative. Two Republican members on the board of state canvassers declined to certify the question, which required 3 votes, citing objections to the spacing and readability of the proposal text. In her majority opinion, Michigan Supreme Court Chief Justice Bridget M. McCormick called the actions of the opposing members of the Elections Board a sad marker of the times. They would disenfranchise millions of Michiganders not because they believe the many thousands of Michiganders who signed the proposal were confused by it, but because they think they have identified a technicality that allows them to do so. A game of gotcha gone very bad, she wrote. Good on this judge. So, very good. Glad to see that. Oh god, this is 50 minutes. We're gonna get a taste of it though. We're gonna get a taste of it. I have to. It's just something I have toyed with the notion of doing a Sunday morning. Ooh, it's really loud. I've toyed with the notion of doing a Sunday morning show that would be exactly like the Troll Patrol, but it would be focused on religious bullshit. And we would listen to like pastors and far right nut job pastors and shit, and I'd smack them down. It'd be a lot of fun. But like I've got a lot on my plate. But this is one of the things that I have in like the reservoir for a show like that, and I want to throw this out here. Jesus tells us when the rapture will happen, and this is the condensed version. It's 56 minutes. Here I am. I'm complaining about the length of something, and I'll listen to like a 5.5 hour long podcast last night. That Jim Cornette experience hit different after the after pay-per-views. Video in its original form, Jesus Tells Us When the Rapture Will Happen, was part of the Parable of Jesus series. Because of the high interest in this topic, we condensed the video to a shorter version and included just the content regarding the rapture.
Important to me. I want you to take everything that you have ever heard about the rapture, and I want you to...
Okay, I like... At first, I thought she had some products to sell or something, but these are just visual aids. Like I thought there was. Oh my god! I mean, reverse thread. You got me there. But here's the thing: is like on this last album, I'm like, god damn, guys, every song doesn't have to be 13 minutes. And I'm a progressive rock fan in general. Like I like a 6, 7, 8 minute long song you can get into. Like, once you get that beat going, I'm into it. You keep that shit going. Do a few breakdowns. I'm totally into it. Give me some odd key changes. But, like, every song doesn't have to be 13 minutes long, guys. Like, fucking, Anima is a good little mix of, like, different lengths of songs. And then you get to the end, and you've got the epic Third Eye. It's like 11, 12 minutes or some shit like that. Perfect. You don't have to have 4 songs that are goddamn 13, 14 minutes. I'm like, okay, so I'm now we're talking. So I feel like a lot of the songs, first of all, Tempest is amazing. I fucking love that song. And before COVID happened, my plan was to go see that, because like their first time they came through, they didn't play Tempest. So I'm like, well, I just saw them, because let me rewind. I was like one of the first people to hear new music from Tool. They played a festival the night before I saw them in their very first arena show. So the people the night before me got to see Invincible and Descending for they were the very first people in the world to hear new Tool in 13, 14 fucking years, whatever it was. And then I was the second set of people that got to hear new Tool. And the first song they played of the new material was Descending. And after it finished, I'm like, god damn, that sucked. I like it a lot more now. You listen to it with headphones. It's very layered. It's very nuanced. You don't get that in an arena show. So, like, I like the song a lot better now than when I heard it the first time. But, like, I was like, I waited 2006 to 2019, so 13 years. Now, Reverse Thread, Nickelback is like the greatest band of all time, so you can't put them down. But then they, like, the second song they played was Invincible, and I was like, all right, that was a really fucking rocking song, and that is like one of my favorite songs off of the new album. I like Calling Voices and Numa, but those two sound like almost like a band trying to sound like Tool. To me, those two songs almost sound like Greta Van Fleet. The songs are perfectly fine, but it sounds like they're trying to do an imitation, which is cool and fine and all, but like it's not what I expect from Tool. Oh yeah, the drum. If you haven't seen the it's like the Drumstick Company or some shit, or maybe it's a drum setup company, and they've got like multiple. It's a multi-cam setup on Danny playing the drums on Numa, and it's like the best quality live video of Tool that exists on the internet, and it's fucking amazing. However, the song just also isn't. It just like the album just didn't do it for me. The album just didn't do it for me. It didn't hit me the way other albums did. Also, like, I'm in a different time in my life, you know? I feel like I was kind of fine if Tool never made another album. You know, I listened to it, I saw him in concert. I was gonna see him again so I could see Tempest. But like, I love Pussifer. Like, Pussifer is my favorite band of all time. I went on the same journey as like Maynard was perfect for when I was younger. And I had this chip on my shoulder and I was really angry, and Tool would just like hit it. It scratched that itch so well. But now, like, the electronic pop, progressive rock, whatever the fuck Pussifer is doing, that's where I'm at in my life. See, like, they're my favorite fucking band. I jam them out all the fucking time. I've seen Pussifer twice. That's where I'm at. That's just kind of electronic pop. I'm sorry we did not hear any of the life-changing stories of the parables of Jesus. They got me talking about Tool, and then that killed like 10 minutes. And it's time for Satanic Panic and Scientology and all that good nonsense over at Echoplex. Oh, one more plug for tomorrow night. It's the Friday Night Freak Show. Tomorrow night's special guest co-host, Reg's Voice. She's really into Halloween-y, spooky kind of fall stuff, and I've got several stories that scratch that itch, so I'm going to talk about those with Reg's Voice tomorrow night. Man, I didn't give you an animal video. Shit. I owe you an animal video. God damn it. No, I played that one the other day. Play this one the other day? I did, because that cat looks like Maynard. I remember saying that. I played this one the other day, but it's too cute not to play again. I don't think I have fresh animal videos over here. I'd have to go into my Twitter. I've got some saved over there. Here's a bear. He's wanting him some bird feed. He's doing a little pole dancing. He sees him now. He really starts to act out. He knows he's being watched. Nope. Maybe that was the end of the show. All right, tomorrow night is the Friday Night Freak Show. If you are watching on Twitch, you are heading over to Echoplex Media. Gonna talk about the Scientology, the Satanic Payton. Seriously, it's been one of those nights. I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna try. Media Winch and producer Dave, take good care of you. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Friday Night Freak Show.